Okay. Mhm. Okay. No, that's dumb. Okay. What is the video URL for YouTube? Like, is there not a permanent one? Why would I want like a temporary one? Why is doing anything with YouTube such a pain? Uh, does this work? Mm, yeah. Very busy morning. Very busy. Oh wow, okay. Good morning, Nightshade. How you going, buddy? Okay. Okay. Wow, what a lot of work, but I think we are finally set up. So we're doing a stream to YouTube as well. And I imagine that we're gonna have zero concurrent viewers. Um there. I do Nightshade. How's your day going? Okay. Let's do this. Okay, both are live, no frame drops. Looks all right. Okay. Okay, and we're gonna have that annoying glitch happening over at Twitch. Why can you not turn that shit off? Maybe it's time to build a better. I wonder. Hello, Pietro. Chiarito. Sorry. One day I'll get it, man. No, so we have that one. Okay, so this should point to the same thing. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Hello, YouTube viewer. One of you. One person in YouTube watching, right? I used to stream both to Twitch and YouTube, but there's not really much reason to stream to. It hasn't been much reason to stream. Blah 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 blah. Much reason to stream to YouTube. Why is the microphone so far away? Who knows, right? Oh, I should know. I'll put it there. There's not much reason to stream to YouTube because there was never anyone watching there. But yesterday, someone, and I paraphrase, said, "You shit, where are the VODs?" So I thought, why don't I stream to YouTube so we can store the VODs there at least? I know you have VODs on Twitch, but they get removed after a certain number of days, and just seems a bit meaningless for some reason. Okay. So, what are we doing today? We're doing GameDev, yeah? I thought about what we're gonna call this thing, right? Because it needs a new name. So I have to come up with something new. Errol Zero, how you going? How much work would it be to get like Twitch chat on here? Without the... Well, I guess what we could do... can we pop out both of these? Yeah, we can. But apparently it was meaningless. So let's not bother then. All right. Let's just get on with it, shall we, right? So we were working on this thing, right? We had this jump glitch, right? But last night I had a go at solving this. So no, I have to fix. Twitch, sort your shit out. What the actual fuck, man? All right, hang on. This is the most. It's the most frustrating UI ever. No, it isn't. It's just very frustrating. No, so let me put some let me put some notes here because I think we're gonna get these questions again, and they are valid questions. But why don't we try to answer them? So, working on a game of undecided nature. Let's say no. Well, the thing is, I'm gonna be a little bit cautious how I use the term "no engine," right? Because we kind of have, we made our own engine, right? Morning, Raga. Saying from scratch is also so like most humans that do things online these days. I try to preemptively deal with unnecessary things. All right, but that's kind of impossible. So if you say one thing, there's always someone who's suffering from competitive autism who has to like inject that well actually, right? And those people they don't understand exactly how annoying they are, or they do, and they're doing it on purpose, right? Yeah, okay, so let's say working on a game from scratch, not using an existing engine, but rather one built here on stream, though technically it's not an engine because I said so. There we go, right? Just list the libraries. You see, that's the level I'm talking about, right? Like you can't really list all the libraries. You can't really like align all the atoms in the universe and describe their order, right? Doesn't work, right? So Anyway, let's see. So what do we got? We can list the WGPU for graphics. Learn how to spell graphics, right? Kira for audio, right? And then it's like someone's like, well, it's not from scratch. You didn't write the whole GPU, right? That's the kind of eye rolling things. But I mean, look, we should welcome the noise, right? Hello, runtime. Just for you, runtime. Thank you for chatting over there, right? I need to make sure that the hours of video content I'm gonna generate today has more than 0 views, right? I wish Cat Peasant was around. I miss Cat Peasant, alright? Oh, bless you. And like your name makes it even better to pin it. How you doing, education? Good morning to you. Okay, so we got Kira for audio, GitRS for controller support, no AI. I drew all this by myself. Would you believe it? There we go, right? There we go. It is lonely in there, runtime. I think you're the only one there. Actually, it should be almost from scratch. There you go, right? Oh, but I can't pin multiple comments, right? Okay, so what did we do yesterday? I was messing around with the jump, and I can see a lot of debug output there. Okay, so let me go through and see what we got, right? Do you have a win condition and a lose condition? I think we do, right? Okay, so try and move and collide the player, blah, blah, blah. Jump, here's the jump. Let's look inside collision for a print statement. There we go, right. I have not seen or heard of Firewheel. Let me have a quick glance at this. A mid-level audio graph engine for games and other applications. Let's look at the dependencies. So I'm expecting to see CPAL. It's either CPAL, Rodeo, or something along that in here, right? Yeah. Okay, so this is built on top of CPAL. Right, that's kind of wild. What's that blip in my ear hole? But to be fair, though, runtime, you got a little crown says #1 next to your name on YouTube. That's pretty good. Okay, so I've not heard of Firewheel. Should we have a quick look? Why am I so stupid today? That's what I'm looking for. Another loose Rossman enthusiast, right? Like WGPU, but for audio. I'm thinking that isn't that CPAL, but maybe CPAL is even further down, right? Okay. Let's see. Okay. So it has WASM support, right? It has to, otherwise it wouldn't say that, would it? Okay, that's not Wow. Okay. That's really confusing because that's command line arc parsing, right? That's confusing. Okay, let's look inside examples then. What's the hello world of audio? It's using CPAL. So Kira is really easy to use, I think, right? So we just get this like, and this all works on Wasm as well, right? Sup, Doc? I'm officially the greatest fan. You are, Runtime. You are. And you are, I am your greatest fan now as well. Way better than you people collecting those nods. Hello, Riz Buzz. So you get a sound handle. If you don't care about Wasm, you can also have streaming sound, which is faster to load. So if you're gonna have like an entire audio track, right, and you're using Kira and you're loading as a static sound data, that's kind of slow to load, at least in like debug mode, right? It's painfully slow. It's like seconds to load. So using streaming audio is a lot nicer there. I just splashed my face. Oh, education. Some of my favorite stuff is this, right? If you need to find out anything on like Arch Linux, that one's really useful, right? This one is also really useful. This one. Yeah, there's like, you can even set up your own ones, I think. But yeah. What do we got then? Okay, yeah, so you basically you get a sound handle that you can then control the audio from. And that's the gist of it. Although this one doesn't actually do anything. Or it just does this for the sound handle, right? So the reason why we have our own like sound handle here is because in the future, I might want to swap from static sound to include streaming sound and just make it agnostic. So for non-web or desktop, as a normal human would say, you end up with the same interface. It's just a lot smoother for larger audio files, right? But this is it for audio, right? You can ignore all the stuff here. It's just me like messing around with it, getting it to work, right? And then if we look inside assets, there's a way to play a sound file somewhere. We're going to do this today because I have to... there you go, play sound, right? You get a sound ID. You call play sound. So load sound will load a sound file, create a static sound handle and everything, give you the ID back. So loading the sound, and then you could just play the sound with the handle whenever you want to, right? So audio with Kira is really simple, right? Hashtag not an engine, right? I mean, oh, that's such a weird thing to say, right? Okay, so let's get on with a little bit of game dev, right? I think we got rid of that, right? It's very easy. It's quite nice to work with, right? Okay, so I fixed jumping yesterday. If you hold the jump button in, it's just gonna bounce up and down, right? Because I haven't done any like jump reset, right? If you don't care about Wasm, Cyril, it's really good. But I'll tell you something. I did this live. I was trying to fix the latency of the audio in my game because the latency with Kira was rubbish. I'm like, why is this latency so bad? And I was trying all kinds of things. I was looking up solutions online, like looking in audio issue, like the GitHub issues and everything. I just couldn't figure out. I was like, what a rubbish library. Like the latency, the delay is just insane, right? I press a button and then it's like this latency between that and me hearing the sound. And then someone in chat goes, are those Bluetooth headphones? Oh my God, I felt so clever that day. Oh my God. Oh my God. If you're watching this and you don't know what that means, Bluetooth headphones obviously has an audio delay, right? That I was trying to fix, and I thought that was a problem with the library when it was a problem with my brain and how Bluetooth works. Hello, Enrico. All right, so we can jump all day long. All right, look at us jump. We can see the state here of the player on the grounded. Is the jump grounded? So the jump is the box you can see around the player here, right? That's this little trigger box. That means that we can run off the edge and still jump, right? So we have like this grace period of jumping. But the thing that is feels a little bit annoying about this is that if you're jumping, you can sort of like hold the jump button and double jump. I don't know if that's annoying or not, but oh yeah, and I fixed another issue, which is you could jump, and I'll show you the issue. So I did this yesterday. Looking for, I did this, right? So now if I jump, the jump's gonna continue. So he's kind of like flying while I'm jumping, which is really annoying, right? Like, what are you doing, dude? Stop flying. So instead, we check if we are colliding with something, meaning the collision mask is over 0, right? And the velocity is over 0, then we set the velocity to 0, right? So now when I hit the roof, we just start falling, right? Okay, so what's next then? Well, first of all, there's some obvious glaring issues here. The boxes, the debug boxes are kind of a little bit rough, right? So I should probably fix that. But I don't need to fix that, right? I don't need to fix that. Instead, I want to see why why is he sliding down the wall now? What fresh hell is this? Oh. Damn it. Yeah, is that because of the collider? Yeah, I think that's because of the jump collider. You know what? Fuck it, I'm fine with it, right? Like, I'm fine with it for now. I don't want to mess around with this anymore. We're just gonna. The goal was to make a game. We'll make a game, okay? Hello, Marvin. How you doing? I've heard, Raga, the white man can't jump. Okay, so should we hide the colliders for now, right? Yeah, we're gonna do that, and then where do we draw the debug? We're drawing this somewhere. Was it who was the counterplay? Was it Wesley Snipes? Okay, where is the? Here we go. Right. Right. So now this should not have any like collision boxes visible. Oh, look at that! Ain't that gorgeous, right? Okay, so let's see. We should introduce the win and death condition as well, right? We have some debug text on here that I think we can probably do with that as well, right? So we're just gonna turn debug text. Okay. Whoops. All right. So we need to open up our level editor. So we're using LTK for that. There we go. We delete the safety ground. Okay, now this should start to look a little bit nicer. Well, I still have some debug text there. Okay, can we die? Bop. Game over. Okay, so we have the what about the win condition? I don't think the win condition is active. So if you no, and he's behind the flag. Should it be behind the flag or in front of the flag? I don't know. He looks like he's kind of like sneaking out from there. Let's make the win condition active as well. That was not Oscar-worthy in-game animation. I want to see what you can do then, right? Okay, let's see what you got. So where's the... we have the wind mask, and that's that. Okay, so we are... We are setting the wind mask. I thought that was called wind mask. No, it's just called win. All right, can we win the game now? Look at the win animation then, Rico. No, there's nothing to see here, apparently. No, that's a layer. Isn't it? And the player has a collision of everything on the... Okay, let's do this then. Man, I am so blind. What is the win? Okay, so we need to add the win to that one. Okay, we can just do that, right? No, that ain't happening, right? Hey, you didn't draw that, man. Get out of here. Easy. You didn't do anything, okay? Get yourself sorted, right? I guess the player should really collide with everything. Right? The player should interact with everything. Wow, okay, what was that? All right. No, he shouldn't. Okay. So what happened there? I'll tell you what happened there. Do not enable this one. Okay. No, what are you doing? There we are, right? Okay, that's the that is the jump collider, right? So if you enable that bit, if you toggle that bit, you'll collide with the jump collider, which is not ideal, right? But why did the wind collider not work? There we go. Right. Okay, so we have a win condition, a lose condition, input controller. Next up, we need to start doing animations now, right? We need to do some kind of animation in depending on like your input, yeah. You can't even tell it's not a video. No, it's an animated GIF on Discord for anyone watching this wondering what's going on. I don't think we're using that region, right? No. Okay, so let's see. Let's do a little bit of work on the animation thing, though, right? But you know what? I'm kind of happy with the collision system. I wonder if we should add the collision system to the not an engine game engine, right? That could be kind of useful. I tell you what, once I'm done with this thing, I will probably take things out of here and add it to, before I scrap this, right? Then add it to the underlying engine that's not an engine, right? This lerp function, I think I want to add this though. So let's go in here. Let's go to, we probably add it to geometry, even though that's kind of a weird place to have it. It's a weird place to have it, but it's one of those things that you need this one way or another, right? All right, we need to document it to some degree, right? Okay, then here, whereas our geometry, we can just add lerp to this. Then we can get rid of lerp from here, and this should now just compile. Yeah. Okay, then the next thing to do. Oh, this tea is so good this morning. I don't know what happened, right? I feel like I had what's that thing that happens after a while? A breakdown, mental breakdown. That's what happened, right? Or is it breakthrough? Nah, I don't think so. It doesn't seem like me. All right, so take camera control. That's also something that would be kind of useful to also have. I think maybe I have to build like a sidecar project to the game engine that's not an engine, and the non-gen, right? Okay, anyway, let's add some animation, right? So new source animation.rs pubstruct animation. Okay, so what is it that we want to do, right? If you are if your input is left, then animate left. If it's right, then animate right. If it's jumping, then animate jumping. So we need a state that the player is in, right? I think so. Yesterday, Rensky, who has been like incredibly helpful, doing all this stuff, right? But he's like, animation is hard, but I think it's hard if you're gonna do it in certain ways. But since I'm not gonna do anything complicated, I think I can say that animation's easy. Now, I want you to remember this, that I am saying that doing animations is easy here, because I might need a reminder that I said those words in a bit, right? Oh, we can even have an idle, can't we? I am so naughty with my typing. I have like 300 years of bad typing that I can't get rid of, right? I'm trying to type certain letters like the X with my ring finger and C with my long finger. I have to do this, otherwise I'll get in trouble, right? But we'll see. Anyway, should we kind of adjust the player state here, right? So if the player is jumping, very good, Nightshade. If the player is grounded, action jump. Okay, so self.player.state is player state jumping, right? Where do we read the action? Here we go. All right, we read action. So we shouldn't be able to modify the state from jumping until the player is touching the ground, right? And then here, there's also a state where he could be falling. Let's add that, right? Let's overcomplicate things even more. Right? If you can just overcomplicate one thing in your life, it should be this. That makes sense? If the player is grounded, then if self.player.state Okay, so if the player is jumping, then we can change the state, right? But maybe that actually comes from here, right? Actually, maybe this is it, right? So here's where we can like move into another state. So if action, well, we need to know about falling as well, don't we? If the player is, well, how do we know that the player is falling, right? We know that they are falling if they are not jumping. My God. The player is we're gonna have to log out the state, aren't we? Biscuits state. All right. Debug. No jumping and wires going down. So that would be knowing that Y is going down, right? I guess falling means that the vertical velocity is less than 0. Okay, so if self.play.vertical velocity is less than 0, then it's falling, right? So let's do self.player.state is player state falling. Otherwise, if the player is grounded, we could read it there actually. So it would be here. So if action dot movement x is larger than 0, running left. No, it isn't. You're running right then. Like that. Okay, we can observe this, right? Right, so he's falling. Running left, right, jumping, falling, jumping, falling. But see, he's stuck on falling. He should be idling here, okay? So we almost got it though, right? If vertical velocity is 0, and then here, if the player is grounded, then we set the player's webs to idle. Idle, 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 idle. Thank you. Alright, I think we're good. Idle, jumping, falling, idle, running left, falling. Is that dying? I think maybe the death weight thing needs to change, right? But I think by Jove, I think we got it, right? Yeah. Why does dying take so long? There's a death clock on there that is counting down. It's an artifact of how camera movement was done before. So if you look at him, when he reaches like this invisible border on the screen, where's my mouse, man? Sometimes this mouse is just not. I think I am not super thrilled about this mouse, right? I have to restart the mouse like it's an old DX66, man. So there's like this elastic box around here. And when we when we go outside of that box, the camera will lerp. Sorry, it won't lerp. It will smooth damp to the player, right? And it used to be that because we don't have like a maximum falling velocity, it used to be that you could just get up there, that you could fall so fast that you fell faster than the camera could keep up. So we wanted to give the camera some time to catch up, right? I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna add a maximum fall velocity. We can add a dying as well to this. And let's set the state to dying. We have dying and winning, right? And we can definitely change the death timer. So wait for death takes 2 seconds, right? We can make it like 0.5 maybe. Oh, shit. Right. It's too early for this, Russ. Just let me get on with it, right? Beans. All right. There are some jankiness with the jumping. Fuck. So now it's a lot shorter. But I think maybe a little bit because I want to be able to have a death animation. Okay, so if die, then self.player.state is player state dying. And then here it's winning, right? Camera can't do anything, Riz. It's a like make-believe camera, right? It has little to no ability whatsoever. Let's look at the dying thing. Right, so the state was just falling. And I don't understand why. So if die, that is kind of wild, right? That should not have happened. So we don't proceed to make any changes here. Oh, that also means that we're not gonna write out the debug text, damn it. That's why we don't see that. Okay. Then let's not do that here. As a matter of fact, let's get rid of all this jazz from here. Actually, that's a mistake, okay? You're about to make a mistake again, okay? We're gonna do the state drawing in the update function instead, right? So we can see the whole thing, right? So self.player.state. So we always set the show the state, right? So now we should see the dying state. Yeah, look at that, right? Beautiful. Now maybe the dying. Okay, let's make sure that the winning state also triggers, right? Boop. It's on the flag, all right? Okay, I think we have all the states we need now. We need an animation player that is aware of the state change, right? So in our update function, we are doing what? We need to have access to this thing, right? So we need to add webs. Why can't we borrow the main camera? It's not a big issue, right? It's easy enough. Because we're getting that guy sprite there, that's why. We don't need this anymore. We do need this though. But we can't move the guy after that. So actually, we don't need the mouse position at all. All right, that was just me being a sausage. Okay. Now we're gonna have to do a different sprite sheet for the player. So let's, actually we could, or we can just put it all into one atlas, right? If we can keep everything in one atlas, that's obviously better. But I don't think performance is an issue here, right? But we should cap the velocity to like a maximum 4 velocity. Let's expand the size of this thing, right? By, let's say 320 by 32, and we just shift it all to the right. Well, let's delete the guy from here, as wonderful as he is, right? Or we're gonna move him over here. Okay, so let's do what we came here to do. Make bugs and look sad doing it, right? All right, first of all, let's, the reason his face was blue was because he was, how are you supposed to animate this, right? Let's just do this with like 4 frames per animation, right? So let's start with, or like we can do 2 frames for idle, right? And we just do that. Okay, that's our idle animation. Can you highlight animations in here? Cell properties, frame properties, cell properties. Ain't right. No. Okay, let's go with, okay, let's just go with that for idle. And let's just have 3 frames for running left and running right. We don't actually have to do the animation yet, right? We just have to make it clear that there is an animation there, right? Whoops, that eraser was a little bit on the large side, wasn't it? All right, so let's call this thing like running left, yeah. That's running left right there. That is perfect. Okay. All right, but the thing is, we're supposed to have 3 frames, weren't we? For this, can we get away with 2 frames, maybe? Like we can intentionally make it like super weird. Now it's like out of sequence as well, right? So we got our running left animation here, and then we're gonna do this as our running right. We really only need to be able to look at 2 animations, okay? And can we hit H here? No, we can't. Is it flip or shift H is the one, right? Okay, so yeah, we really only need like to be able to transition between 2 animations to see that working, right? Are you making making Ant Simulator? I'm not that good, Lou, right? Only professionals can make Ant Simulators, though. We're doing what's kind of known as fine art, I think. I think it's called fine art, right? I mean, it clearly is, right? Okay, so we have now we have to like map this out, right? I think it would be nice if we could decide the animation and then generate the animation based on that, right? The Royal Arm of England, right? Yeah, you can literally smell the Earl Grey. That'll be my tea. Okay, how should we do this? We have everything in there. So Adam Eunice here on Twitch did a video not long ago on how he deals with like sprites and stuff, right? In his game. And he's been working on his game for more than 5 minutes, right? So he has certainly learned where the teething issues are, where the like pain points and such happen. So I watched that video and I thought like there's some like really good points there. And now I'm doing like completely the opposite, right? So if you put everything into one texture atlas, right, then that's all you need. You need to load one texture. That reduces the number of draw calls and everything, right? But it's kind of stupid to do. So it's almost better to put your like character animations into separate sprite sheets and stuff instead of like putting everything into an atlas, right? You can probably programmatically deal with this though. Is that a zombie or Naruto? What can it not be both though? A runtime. Okay. But we're okay, right? So yes, you increase the number of draw calls, but if your computer can't handle that, my laptop can handle this, right? So your computer can probably handle that too, right? Otherwise, your computer is rubbish. I don't know. All right. Okay. Yeah. So we're breaking everything and then some here. Okay. But let's get the guy animation set up, right? How can we do this? What we could do is we could just write it out up here, right? So idle, run left, and then run right. Maybe that would work, right? So what's our idle animation like? Okay, first of all, we're gonna have to come back to this thing and like fix all that later. Now we just have to look at the thing. Maybe really I should make a separate texture for this thing. All right, I think we'll do that, right? All right, so undo, right? Let's grab you and let's move you over here where you live up until now, at least. And let's make a new one, right? So new 16 pixels high is probably enough. All right, let's grab this beautiful artwork we have here, right? And let's just dump that in here. We're gonna fix everything, all right? Everything is gonna be fixed here, you'll see. And then we're just gonna go undo until we even change the size of this thing, right? Because we still want the spawn points and everything to be the same, right? But I definitely see his point in separating these things. Can this be an in-game setting? What, where you choose if it's Naruto or a zombie? Is that what you're asking? Runtime. I mean, maybe I should, right? Right. So the game is some kind of game, assets, graphics, and then play. We just call it play. There we go. Okay. But how wide is the player? Right. The player is, let's make it 8 by 8. Right. So we can reduce the height of this thing to, not that. Stop it. Sausage finger. 8. There we go. Yeah, perfect. So 8 by... Maybe 8 by 8 is even possible, right? So let's change the grid to be 8 by 8. So there we go, right? Ooh, Nelly. Okay, so we kind of have this... dodgy pixel, right? Bloody dodgy pixel. Alright. The power of 2 compels you. It's of utmost importance. You know, I consider it runtime. I'll consider it. It's like I don't know. It's so beautiful. Oh, it's so beautiful. But we only need this. We only need the sprites, right? So let's do this instead, right? So this is the running left animation. Yeah. All right, but this one has to line up. Okay, so it has to be. Is that 5? Can I count that far? 5, and I think this one's just going to be 4, right? Yeah. So this one actually has to move over there, right? There we go. Okay, and then we can just delete this guff over here. Right, and then to make the run right animation, we just move him over to here, flip it, tap it, don't whack it, don't tap it. All right. Shut up, Terry. All right. We have a little bit too many cells in here, but that's okay. Let's load the player sprite in as something. But we need to define the animation. Okay. All right. So this makes me want to make a change in terms of how we are doing the collider, though. Is that okay? I think it is. Our pockets, we just make it 8 by 8. Okay, so our first animation frame is gonna be 00288, right? And then we'll do 88 to 168, right? So 8's always gonna be the magical number, right? In terms of the shit, I said that and then I goofed up, right? Is region const? I think it is, right? And because I am so lazy, I'm just gonna do that. Oh, from is not const. Okay. Oh, one of the const traits already. Okay. That's at least const, right? I mean, we could write a macro for this, couldn't we? Right, so let's do that, right? So our animation will be written as an expression. But we don't want it. We don't want, you know, forget it. Why? Right? Why? Do you have like one thing to do? Okay, it's not that hard. Whoops. 8 and 16. There we go, right? Okay, so that's our idle animation. And then running left goes from, well, we just have to add 16 here, right? Whoops. Whoops. That's what I was gonna do, right? The y coordinate stays the same, okay? Whoops. And then it's like 32 to 40. There we go, right? I think this is fine. And then running right will just be a continuation of this. So we'll add 24 to all of these and to all of these, right? Hopefully that makes sense, all right? And to set this up, we're just gonna grab slices or like sub slices of these to create them, right? This is like a very mechanical way of doing this, and probably not the smoothest thing to do, right? All right, so we have our init function. This is the player, and that's is a character. Cars, no, player. Yeah, I mean, I can even see it up there, right? Beautiful day. Okay, so to create the player animation, we're gonna see where we create the. We are creating a, and that's the background. We put it up here as well, right? Now we could do this, but let's not bother with it for now. We're looking for an atlas now. Okay, so that's the background atlas. His player and win condition, but it's no longer a player and win condition. This is just the player now, right? So the win flag. So we set up the player up here then, right? And then we have the player texture there. I think that's kind of a bad name. Although calling it texture doesn't really make it any better, right? All right, so we have our player atlas now. So now we have to create these like these regions, okay? So atlas dot create, and then we're gonna do this for. This is how we do it. Now I know. Now I know how we do it. Can we do like a player state? And then... No, that's gonna be wonky. I thought we could do it this way. You know what? Let's just do it this way. And that is a player state region. Is this gross? Yes. Are we gonna do it anyway? Also, yes. All right, and then we let Rust format just completely soil this. Player state run left. Is it running left? Yeah. Whoops. Okay, and then run right. Easy, right? Then we just have to make strings of the of these things, right? Player. So for that's gonna be the state, and that's gonna be the regions. Where's the player state? All right. It's not Dutch, man. Come on. I know that because I speak fluent Dutch, okay? All right, then. Oh, you know what? I didn't think this through, unsurprisingly, right? Unsurprisingly. We probably don't want to make the... We probably don't want to make the animations be a list of names, right? That's kind of a bit whack, right? All right, so what is it that we need to be able to do? Well, the regions needs to exist inside the atlas, right? So we can do that. So atlas.create region. But what do we need for that? We need a name and a region, and I don't think that's good. I think instead we need to create a sprite. And the sprite's gonna have a sprite ID. That's how we're gonna do this, right? You give away Dutch vibes, man. Oh man, that's so much better than the herpes I've been giving away. So thank you, right? So we could just pass a region. So for region in regions, and we can pass in the region here. That will create the region, yeah. Now, if we do this, a URL reference, right? So we could just do that and then dereference that region. Can we do this? No, that's wishful thinking, and that doesn't work in programming. Okay, so we can create a region, but we can just swap the sprite IDs. Is that the right thing to do? So we just cycle through the sprite IDs then? Hello, zombie. All right, so currently what I'm thinking about, right, is the way the sprite atlas works is that we create regions for it. I am Rispus. I'm on YouTube as well. Which is why there's one guy watching on YouTube, and he's my favorite viewer right now. So we could do this. No, hang on. What am I saying? We need to think about the sprite atlas. There we go, right? So a sprite is just a region into a sprite sheet, right? Or a sprite atlas. So right now we have a player. We're going to have all the different... So what we could do is just like show and hide the sprites. That's one way we could do it. But maybe like swapping regions would be better. That would be almost preferable, right? So we have a singular sprite with all the, well, I don't know, right? Because a sprite isn't like a big thing. Well, it's 44 large bytes, but really, it's the normalized region that we have to change, right? In terms of animating, okay, we just have to like change the region for the sprite. We can get a mutable reference to a region, but that's only by name. And the question is, do I want to change the way we do this or not? That should probably not be a hash map, by the way. Come on, hands. There we go. And that's empty. Right. So we have our own map, which is just using fx hash map under the hood. Yeah. There we go. Not really relevant. Okay, so the atlas has the sprites. Can we? What if we change the region of a sprite? Could that work? I think maybe that could work. So we pass in a sprite ID and a region, and then we just modify that, right? We can create a singular sprite, and what else can we do? Okay, let's do this, right? Update region. And why do we want to do that, right? We want to do it because we want the sprite to... we want to reuse the same sprite so we don't have to move it, right? We don't have to do... or like have a cluster of sprites or whatever. It's the same sprite. It's just the UV coordinates that we are changing, right? But there's a few things going on. As you can see here, if the sprite is loaded, then we're going to normalize the region for the sprite. So it gets its normalized region for the UV coordinates, right? Now we have to change this, right? But there's a way where we shouldn't be doing this here. Yeah, we should be doing this here. Okay, Atlas, come back to me. I love you. Update sprite region. There we go, right? All right, let's just do this. So... well, no, hang on, right? Right, so if we have a sprite region, and then we're going to normalize the region, right? So we get a region out of there. And then we normalize it for this. Okay, really, that's all we have to do, okay? So if we now have 0 views on YouTube, okay? Hopefully this is worth it for whoever wanted the YouTube thing, right? So updating the region, let's pass in the so I get the sprite is self dot where are you? Region sprites sprite dot UV is equal to new region dot normalize self dot texture. Whoops. Okay, So there's a problem with this, and that is if the texture isn't loaded, if the texture loading fails, you are trying to update a sprite that is actually pending, okay? Which means that you can do this, and then once the texture is loaded, if we go into our resource loading here, I think this is it, right? Here. So we say textures, load textures, texture map. For every atlas, we call texture loaded here, okay? Okay, so we're back into atlas again, right? See, we are gonna normalize the region for this, okay? So we are depending on the texture being loaded before we can actually create the sprite sheet, right? That's okay, because we're gonna update these regions in real time. So if we break this, it will auto-correct itself, right? We will see one frame break, right? We'll see one frame break, and that's it. Okay, we have a warning, so let's go and look at that. 122. All right, yeah, we don't need that. We need to add the panic note in here as well, right? So the sprite is always going to be added. There's like, you should really not have a sprite ID if it doesn't exist, right? If the only way you're going to have a sprite ID that doesn't exist in the atlas is if you are confusing your atlases, or you have unloaded the sprite or removed the sprite for some reason. But I don't even know. You can't even remove a sprite, right? So technically, sprites could be a push list now, but I don't want that, right? So let's have a function to remove a sprite as well, right? No, I gotta figure out what I'm gonna do with that later. So let's commit this now with a sensible message and all. All right, so now we can just update the regions as we see fit. So really, we are gonna use the animations. I'm looking at the wrong code, aren't I? Are you still printing something to stand it out? No. All right, cool beans. All right, and what else do we got going on here? That's the wrong code. That's why I was like, why am I looking at this thing, right? So here's the animation. We could just get the animations based on. We can leave this in there and just update the regions on the fly, right? Then maybe this shouldn't live here. This should live in the animation space, right? And then we don't do that. So we create the atlas, but we never create any regions for it. Well, we need the first one though, right? So we need the first the first player sprite, don't we? So if I run this now, well, that works because we're loading the old one. We're loading this. Okay. So this one should be loaded there, but there's no main dude in there now. And this one's gonna go from 0, 8 to 816, yeah. All right, so we need to not use the world atlas when we get the player now. Where did we put that? Okay, world. No, it's in stuffy old thing. No, that's still called world atlas. All right, we just see where the panic is and follow that around. No, we can't because it's here. Main dude. There we go. So that's not from the world. That's from the player. All right. There we go. Okay, but we set the player to the first sprite. Now we need to start doing the animation thing, right? Do we store the player sprite anywhere? I don't think so. Can we... How do we get the sprite ID then? Ah, we do it from the atlas. Okay, so let the player atlas be atlas player. I think that's the thing. And then we do player atlas, create sprite. And what do we need for this thing? Then we need a region. And I think main dude is the region, and that's all we need, right? Yeah, main dude is the region. So this gives us the player sprite ID and the actual sprite. No, that was the wrong way around. Now we can just say that our state, where is our player? Here we go, right? How do we make this an invalid sprite ID? We can add a constant to this. So if we make that one invalid, if we try to use it, we can check for it now if we want to, but we're not going to bother doing any checks that we don't have to. We're just going to start there, right? Hello, Rensky, how you doing? All right, so now we start off with a biscuits. I know, sprite ID. Okay, so we have an invalid sprite ID. We're going to update the sprite ID the moment we have loaded this, right? So let's look at our init function here. Where's our main dude? Here we go, right? So and then we do self.player.sprite is sprite ID. I guess, yeah, that's fine, right? We could make this even simpler by just omitting the atlas out of there completely, but I'm gonna try to follow, so not color outside the lines too much with this. So there's more init code here. Somewhere here. Right, so we don't do this. Instead, well, I guess we do this instead, right? Right? So this should now work. Missing sprite guy. Okay. All right, well, that makes sense because we're no longer doing that, right? Instead, this is going to be an atlas player, something like that. And then right, now there should be no difference, right, in how this behaves. There is a difference, however, right? And the difference is that we actually have the this looks kind of gross though, right? So maybe what we do is we store the atlas as well. So we can do something like atlases yeah. Today's plan, animations. The thing that I said, oh, you missed it, but I said how simple animations are gonna be earlier, right? But you might not have been here for that comment, so I'll make sure to let you know that I think animation is gonna be basic and simple, right? We'll see, right? Okay, so once we have all of this, we can now do the animation thing. I don't think we use the player anymore, right? So let's do self.player.animation.update with self.player state. And probably pass in this as well. And if this thing can, if let some region equals that, then okay, we actually need to get the atlas for this to work, right? Because the atlas is where we update this. So let's get the atlas, right? The player atlas is main.atlases self.player.atlas ID. That doesn't exist yet. And then this is just player atlas. And that's going to look somewhat nicer as well, right? Yeah, we're working with things that don't exist yet, right? The thing that well, I'll tell you why I think they're simple once we get there, right? The reason why this feels so dubious is because I know for a fact that you have more experience doing this than I do, but I don't see why they are complicated, because the way I imagine doing this is just grabbing the player state, advancing the animation. If the player state has changed, then reset the animation, pick a different animation sequence, and advance that, right? But there might be something that I don't know in here, right? So I will not claim the title of the man until I've actually got this working. But that's how I imagine it, and that's why I think it should be simple, right? Sprite center change size while animating. No, I got fixed size, right? I have done this as an 8 by 16 grid, basically. Actually, this is 16 by 16. And I'm gonna keep it simple, right? Okay, so let's store the Atlas ID on the player as well, right? So we have Atlas and Sprite. That means that we need to have the notion of an Atlas ID that is also invalid, which means we have to go here. We have to find the Atlas ID, and let's just get the Sprite ID invalid and just add this and change you to Atlas. All right. It's almost like the invalid thing should be part of this, but yeah. All right, but now it's important that we actually add that. Otherwise, we are kind of in trouble, right? Main create Atlas. That is a little bit tricky because this one gives us a mutable Atlas. It doesn't give us the Atlas ID back out. So we're gonna change how that works, right? So we probably get this. See, we get the ID here. We just have to return this. So we're going to return the Atlas and the ID. So this now looks like this. Which means that this has to look the same. Okay, so everything works fine there. Except here it doesn't work fine, right? So we have to ignore the ID where we don't need it, right? This is the entire background. I don't know what you're griping about. Oh yeah, right. That's why, right? Okay, so here we get the Atlas ID, right? That we want to assign self-to-player.atlas ID is the Atlas ID, right? Like that. All right. It's a little bit of tedium, but not really a big issue. Okay. Right. Yeah, sorry, one more thing I have to check. How rude to pick up your phone in the middle of a conversation, right? Don't you love that when you're chatting to someone, like you're sitting next to them talking or whatever, and they're like, and they're like sitting there looking at the phone, and you're like, all right, thank you. Thank you, you ghoul. Just start slapping the phone out of people's hands, right? Come back to the real world, right? Or go and watch Twitch. That's also very important. All right, that thing's taking forever. Let's not worry about it then. So there was a lot of ways. The simplest thing, I just remember having a character that have certain moves where sprite is 2 times the normal size. Yeah, that's not a problem for me either because I just decide what the regions are for the animation, right? So we absolutely could do that, and it wouldn't be any more difficult, right, than what we're doing now, right? If we wanted the character to be twice as tall for one of these, we just change that, and it's twice as tall, right? But again, it's probably all subject to how you do things, right? Okay, so let's have a look at the animation code then in our update function. Wait, there's a play sound. Oh no, that's the. I was like, what am I looking at here? It's the wrong code, right? I like that we got 3 views on YouTube. My God, I feel special, right? Thank you guys for watching on YouTube, right? That is nice. All right, maybe we can get a little bit more YouTube action, bit of YouTube presence, right? Maybe I'll even dream of making another video, right? Maybe the jaded insights will shut up, and I'll be like, no, but people are wonderful. You can do it. I believe in myself. But then I didn't, right? Player animation doesn't exist, so we should probably add that, right? Let's have animation as part of this. All right, and let's do an implementation of animation. So we have one. Let's go to our player. Let's add animation here. And then down here, we just say new. Clean that up, import that, and we're good, right? Unresolved import, but you shouldn't be unresolved, right? Wow, there are now 30 errors in here. Oh shit, we can't have player state in here. All right, let's do a player RS instead. That we store all this guff into, right? Does that make sense? No, it does not make sense, all right? Instead, obviously, the natural thing to do, first of all, we put the main menu in here. That's kind of stupid. Let's put the main menu as its own thing, right? Wait, what? No, menu choices and actions and main menu is here. What the hell, man? What have I done? How is there a main menu already? That has a bunch of code in it. Okay, listen, I am confused. This looks right to me. Yeah. But I think this is the old one. So doing this doesn't do anything. It was never there, right? So I think sometimes that all this code should move into the main menu. All right. And we definitely have to do this in the main menu code too. All right, I'm gonna break everything. File not found, main menu, but it is found. Okay, let's go to the next issue, which is here. We want the player state to be available. So let's add the player state to the root of this. You know, we're going to have player state. We're going to have the wait thing. I don't know, right? Yeah, I do know. Okay, it's fine. We don't need the wait thing in there. But we do want this in here. All right, now we can import this, and that's fine. We also need to bring all the joy into our animation thing, right? There we go. Okay, 2 errors left. Main menu is an issue. I don't believe in you, okay? I don't believe there's an issue there, so we're gonna fix that. Import this from the crate root. There's no update, so let's make an update function like so. This one definitely have to be mutable, and it's supposed to return an option of something else. What is it supposed to return? An option of a region. All right, so let's put region in here. And just to be obstinate, I'm gonna call panic. All right, so what did I do then? Yeah, explicit panic, great. But why can't we have the main menu now, right? Did I just write that? Okay, there we go. Now we can import the create state. So there was just a small issue there, right? An issue that we fixed. Easy peasy, right? All right, now we got more warnings than when we started, but you know, that's cool too, isn't it? Can we run the main menu? No, we can't. What have I done now? Oh, I've not imported the main menu. No. That's probably private. Yeah. Where are you? There we go, right? Okay, so back to animation. Now we need to know what our current state is. This player state. We'll pass in the state here. And then we actually put the code where it's supposed to be. We don't really have to pass in the player state. What a dumbass thing to do. Let's just delete that and say that it's idle, right? Okay. We have this wait thing here, which I think we're going to put in the root after all, right? Because it's useful and fancy and we love it. Let's break this now and then unbreak it. So there we go, right? Come on, man. I just want to... Why is this so broken? All right, fine. Maybe. Okay. Excelente. That's Spanish. Por ellos no habla español. All right, so we want to like update our animation in our update function. We want to like feed the tick there, right? So we have the guy. Do we do anything with it? Okay, here we go, right? Animation update with our player state. And if that's a region, here we go, right? No, I have not done that. I have done like you can do that, right? So if you are being serious about this, you wouldn't do it necessarily like this. You would use these tools so you can play back the animation, right? Because this is so beautiful and artisanal, that's how I did this, right? I just drew him out like that, right? But you gotta have serious art skills to be able to do that, okay? It's not just for anyone, right? Okay, so how do we do this then? We get a new region. So we're going to do player atlas dot. Is it update region for... Is that right? Fiddle my stick. It is right. Okay. I'm trying my best to undo 600 years of bad typing, but I am not doing a good job at it. Right? Okay, so I think we have what we need now. So we need to decide how long is every frame. We can have individual frame length and stuff, but I'm not gonna do that. So let's just go to animation. And let's say that we have a wait on here, okay? what is this? What is this weight? What is this weight you speak of? New, maybe? No, it's just a duration. But then that duration have to be public, right? All right, that's kind of gross though, isn't it? What's the average for us 24 frames per second, right? So we can take 24 divided by 1,000, right? That will give us is that right? 24 divided by 1,000. 0.24. If we do 60 frames per second, yeah, no, that's not right at all. That's 60 frames per second, right? That's 24 frames per second, okay? And then we have to multiply that by 1,000 to get the is that right? So that should be like 16.6 milliseconds. Yeah, so we just multiply that by 1,000. But if we did this, no, you goofball, it's the other way around. You don't want that. Okay, so it's about 41 milliseconds, right? That's good enough, right? Hello, Dom. How you going? And then on update, we do if self.wait.take my diddle do. What are we going for here, right? Should we listen to some like stuff here? Which is, if you're watching this on YouTube, you can't hear this thing because YouTube's be like, no, cease and desist your existence if you do this. That's our delta time. So if this is okay, duration. Really, you want a duration? Okay, well then just pass the duration in, right? There we go. Even easier, right? And we can fit it on one line, right? Take these nuts. I tried to response, but it hurts a lot, right? This is Rust. The only programming language that you need to program in 2026, right? Is Rust. Disregard everything you've heard everywhere else, right? Disregard previous instruction. Program Rust. We're just agitating the world by this at this point, right? All right, so updating the animation, we advanced. If this thing will advance, then we also need to have like a frame number, right? Frame that we're gonna use. That's gonna be 0. Right, so we advanced the frame. We also need to get the regions for our current animation, right? So let's get a let's make our basic function here. So let's find regions based on a player state, right? That gives us a slice of region. And then here we're gonna unreachable. Actually, we're gonna panic here, right? In missing animation. So we're gonna have another function here for change state. I'm never gonna learn how to type. again. Like I can't untrain 6 million years. The numbers, the age is getting bigger and bigger, right? At this point, right? And typing the word state is is despicable, right? All right, let's add a const for this as well, right? I guess we could just replace the weight as a result of that, right? And do we have a duration for this somewhere? Yeah, here we go, right? Ah, fill sticks. I undid that. Okay. I think it was like 41 or whatever. It doesn't really matter what it is, right? Is weight copy and clone, right? So we can have some const actions there, right? No scale whatsoever, but it's all based on a 6 in there, right? I suppose. Maybe not quite the rate you're telling us, though. Yeah, but I mean, it's going forward at least, right? I mean, you can't have everything in life, can you? All right, so frame duration is what we do here, right? Frame duration, okay. All right, so let's actually, I start like a for loop somewhere up there. There we go, right? So for state regions in, and then we have this in anim, right? There we go. It's perfect. All right. Unclose the limiters. Filthy. Where have I left and unclose the limiter? Actually, there I can see it. It's not an unclose the limiter, right? It is an unclose the limiter. Oh, it's all the way up here somewhere. There we go. I'm missing a closing bracket. Chop. There we go, right? That's static. Right, so player state needs to implement partial equal as well, right? How you doing this fine morning, Capsule, right? How you going? Didn't close wait. No, we're waiting forever. All right, that's my cross to bear now. So I think this is animation though, Redsky. I think this is animations. Simple yet gorgeous. Okay, it might not be gorgeous. But okay, let's do the update thing, right? Here we go, right? So we're gonna say regions is regions based on. No, we don't update with the player state. We just update with the duration usage. Actually, we do update with the state, you asshole. There we go, right? So if self.state is not equal to state, then self.change state to a new state. Like that. There we go, right? How did that end up in there, right? Nobody knows. Hello, Clamplora. Sorry, I started reading your message before I. You're missing frame duration? No, I'm not. Frame duration is certainly in here, right? Look at it. It's even called frame duration, right? Checkmate. No. We need a website. Are we jump yet.io to track the jump status of my game? But it's fine. It's done. Temporis. It's done for now. Okay. Hi then, buddy. All right. So we're gonna get the regions, and if south of frame is larger than or equal to regions.length, then south of frame is 0. Okay, there we go, right? You good? Happy to hear it. Oh no, that's what we're doing here, right? That's the region. So okay, let's change you. All right, let's change you. Not you, but you instead, right? Yes, a byte is enough, but also we don't need that, right? So regions, south of frame, and we're done. Some region. Shit. Oh, return. Stupid language and its implicit return. I remember like years ago watching the Primogen trying to code in Rust, and he just openly refused to use the return, to not use the return keyword. No. The joys, right? Okay, what is happening now? Missing animation 43. Okay, what's the animation that we're missing? Well, it's supposed to exist for idle, isn't it? Yeah. And the player is not doing anything but idling, is it? All right, let's see what animation we are missing here. Whoops. Falling. Oh yeah, because it starts in a falling state, right? Let's do this, okay? Let state equals player state idle. All right. How much do you want to bet that this line is gonna destroy me in 5 minutes when I'm like, why isn't the animation changing? Okay, this is the line. But when you see, don't tell me, okay? Let me learn from my idiotic mistakes, okay, that I am doing right now. You see it, I see it, but let me just suffer peacefully. Look at him animate. He's positively just like vibrating. I think I might have set the animation time to something a little bit incorrect here, but let's do this and see how this looks now, right? He just waits, and then it starts vibrating. So there's a reset that isn't working. I don't want to go through the main menu every time like some kind of pleb. So let's just get back into it, right? All right. Change state. Then we're updating the frame duration. Right. So once we are returning some, we have to say that the weight is equal to frame duration, right? And I think we have animations. Look at him go. Right. Was animation hard to do? No. Is this looking inappropriate? Maybe. But, you know, he's just doing his thing, right? We have no pixels. Oh, the mouse is asleep again. We have no pixels between these two, right? Right. So, you know, you do what you can with what you have, okay? But I am positively giddy about this, okay? So let's add the run. Let's look at the run left animation, right? Run left. Okay, now. Running left. There's 3 ends in running. Okay, well, you live and you learn, right? All right. So this is the left run. So it's going to be 0, 1, 2, 1, right? So we need to go back 1 frame in the running left animation, okay? Look at him go. All right. Oh my God. Yeah, we definitely could have done that, but this system is so open-ended that if we wanted to, we could just put apparently we cannot, because I'm fucked. All right, we could just put the weight in here for every frame if we wanted a frame to have a different duration, right? So again, we're keeping it very simple, right? But we're good, right? All right, so we got running idle, running left, running right, jumping. Okay, let's add the jumping animation. Okay, we got to do the same thing here, all right? Let's add the jumping animation to this thing, right? I can't believe how beautiful this is now, right? Jumping. I never played Helldivers 2, but I thought the first one was really good, right? So for jumping, it could just be this, right? But with his arms held high, with his head held high, right? There's 1 pixel there. Okay, so this will be jumping. And then no. Okay, this is jumping. Okay, there we go. That is just I can't express how beautiful this is, right? Now it's a candelabra. You know, don't walk in the grass. Use your camera because we're so posh around here, aren't we? Yes, he's a candelabra. All right, okay. While you are making fun of my fantastic art scale, and I feel like I can smell the jealousy in the air, right? We need to start this off falling at 64, right? Wait, I said jumping and then I did falling. Oh, shit. Okay, let's do this in the correct order. All right, we'll put you over there. All right, so let's draw jumping. So jumping could kind of be like this, right? Is it 1 pixel to the left of him there? Yeah. All right. And then jumping, he's just like straight out with his legs. Okay. But not really. He's like this. Wait, is that the same as? No. Okay. Right. Here we go. There's no way this is going to be cursed. Okay. Whoopsie. No, extra whoopsie. No whoopsie for you. There we go. Right. And then he grabs his toes as he's jumping. Oh wait. Okay, hang on. We have to get like the toes, the feet in there. And yeah, that's good enough. Okay. So at 64 to 72, right? So jumping is 64. 64 plus 8, right? 64, 72. And then we're going to add 8 to you and to you like that. Okay, so now we have jumping. This is gorgeous. All right, what comes after jumping? That's falling, right? Okay, now we can get on with our falling animation. Okay, there we go. And where does falling start? It starts at 80. Okay, so let's go 80 to 88. And then how many do we have? We have three animations, right? So let's add 8 to you and to you. And then there we go. But we kind of want them to go back to ping pong a little bit, right? All right, okay, let's see that we actually have so we have the running left, running right should be fine. Ballet jump, right? Okay, so we don't have running right. No, because I am incapable of doing this. Ah, damn it. Okay, hang on. I'm getting told off by my headphones. Man, that I can't find the hole. That I have a child is surprising. Okay. There we go. Right. Okay, so it can run right now. Oh my god, my voice is loud. Okay, let's say, can it do jumping? That was falling. I goofed up somehow. So jumping starts at 64. Yeah. To 72. Why was that not working? Why is he falling? Kung Fu jump. ASCII art. Why is jumping not working? Why is he doing falling when he's supposed to be jumping? 64 to 72. That is 64. That is 72. Okay. Wait, maybe I forgot to save the. Yeah, I forgot to save it. Wee. All right, and then falling. The falling animation is a little bit strange. Yeah, it is. Because it's supposed to be, we're supposed to swap places between these two, right? Like that. Now it'll be beautiful. All right, why is it getting slightly shorter there? Okay. All right. There's a height issue here, okay? I don't know how it was introduced, but it was. Okay. But we have falling. Okay, so now that we have all of these things, we'll get rid of this. And now let's see if this works, right? Oh my god. That is freaking hilariously bad. I love this. Programmer art at its finest. All right. I think maybe like the jumping thing shouldn't look like this. What is it? Constant state of doing something. Oh my god. All right. I feel like we need to add winning and dying now, okay? Winning. Is winning after falling? No, dying, sorry. But winning, where is winning again, right? No, undo. You broke everything when you were supposed to do that. Dying. All right, okay. Now we need to draw like the dying animation. Okay, now I go, buddy. Some animations, jump, don't loop. Yeah, so for that, we just need to introduce like a custom animation, like frame time and stuff, right? We could add whether this thing loops or not in there, right? So actually, looping is a bool, and I think we're gonna do that because the winning and the dying one's not gonna make sense to loop, right? So let's have player state, let's have a bool, and then a region. So idle is looping, running is looping. Also running, also looping. Jumping is not looping, right? And falling is looping, right? Falling definitely has to loop, right? Dying is not looping, and winning is looping. Okay, great. So it's looping, or rather looping. Well, you know what? The looping part, we don't actually need that, right? We can ignore that part. Looping can be true by default because we're idling, right? But when we do this thing, so we have frame plus one, or if self.looping, then advance the frame. Okay, this one can't change state, so I think once we get here, and what should we do here? Tupapalooza, yeah. Well, we only do 3. That's not a lot, right? All right, hang on. We're going to come back to this thing. I need to update change state because this thing needs to know self dot looping is looping this state, right? I guess that's okay. All right, so we have regions. So we're just gonna do is looping. That returns a bill. Like that. Okay, so now we know whether it's looping or not. All right, so we're gonna update this thing, and we get the region. Bump that, and here, we're not using the frame anymore. We are using the frame here. We're gonna do this, right? If self dot looping, then do this. Otherwise, just leave it on the last frame, right? Okay, so now we can have, let's have a, I don't think jumping is looping anymore, right? Oh, that is gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous, right? I can't believe we have this beautiful thing. I can't believe we created this, right? All right, so let's do the dying animation then, right? How should the dying thing happen? We have red, right? All right, but first I need a quick break. I have to make some tea. Right, so we're waiting for the kettle to boil. I thought about that, Rensky, but then I thought how bad that would be. Like you touch the spikes and then just explode, right? Actually, maybe that I was thinking more like falling apart, right? So how do we draw? How do we draw someone who's like? I think okay. I think I got this right. So we'll start off with this guy as a reference, right? Oh, okay. Thank you for that, Ace Bright. And thank you for that too. Wow, you really are helping today. There we go. Thank you. All right, let's do another bit. The water can boil, right? All right, okay, so this is going to be the animation of death. All right, why is there... Oh, yeah, that's why. Okay, cool beans, right? Yeah, exactly. Right. So that's kind of what we're gonna like make him collapse. All right. We don't know what the like death sequence is gonna be. It's like, well, you say a spike, but really it's like the copious amount of cocaine that's killing him, right? And then so where do we like go from here? We'll just start to sort of collapse by like falling over a little bit, like that, and then like his legs are like failing, so he's gonna like fall. And all right, well, we go like even more, like no one's gonna understand what is actually happening, right? All right, hang on. Tea water, come with the tea water. It's like 3 trips up, right? You go up, you put the kettle on, you wash the cup, back down again, waiting for the kettle to boil. Up, pour the tea water, put the tea bag in, down, and then wait, and then up again, right? What a job, what a life, right? Whatever you must do, make the game R17. Is that a thing? Right. So then we just so now he's a bit like falling over, and then it's like we don't know what's going on here, and then he's like now he's dead. And then there's blood. that is just like that makes so much sense, right? That makes so much sense, right? He's clasping his stomach wound as well, right? Animation vaguely reminds me of Fire on the Game Boy. Hardcore extraction shooter death animation. All right, so what's the death animation is gonna go from 104 to 1, 2, 3, 4 frames, right? So 104. Where are we? There we go. Right. So 104 to 104 plus 8, and then we're gonna have 8 plus there. I think we said like 4 animations, right? And then there we go. Okay, can we see his dying animation, right? The final days of him. That was gorgeous, right? Okay, and then finally, let's do the winning animation. The winning animation can be a little bit like, what should the winning animation be? Again, we start from here. All right, so winning animation is here. Oh, Prince of Persia death animation. Right. If we go back in time, a little bit of video game history for you if you didn't know this. Like, so Prince of Persia, not Prince of Persian, Prince of Persia from somewhere in the 80s actually had this beautiful rotoscoped animations, right? So this one actually looked really good. That is well, I guess we're not gonna see the sprites for this, maybe, right? But it was actually really good. The way the animation actually looked, right? But I believe it was rotoscoped. Okay. Okay. So what's the winning animation like? It's gonna be maybe. Wait, no, his arms can't get longer. I mean, his body is changing shape as he goes through life, right? He could just be waving. Yeah, maybe we'll just make him wave, right? So we make 2, 3 frames. Like that. There we go. That thing is just, look at the head. The arm just goes missing. Okay, let's do away with this thing, right? I am sorry. I am disappointing you guys. I know you wanted something a little bit more artistic than this, but I think we're just gonna finish this now and then move to the next section, okay? There we go. So winning starts at 136. Winning starts at 136. That makes sense here. All right. So add 8 to there and to there. And we had 3. All right. So add 8 there and there and there and there and copy that. Okay. So we have winning now. All right. Oh, gorgeous. Gorgeous. I'll be right back. Getting the tea, getting the tea, getting it just for me. Getting the tea, getting the tea. My tea's my only family. No, it isn't. What a weird thing to say. Okay. DLC required the physical manual to find specific letters, words, specific pages. Oh, right. The copyright locks, right? Of your. Okay, look, we have a win condition and everything. So we have animations, we have win, we have all sorts. Okay. Maybe we make the dying thing a little bit longer, right? Wait for death. Okay, we'll make it a second long then, right? And try it out. Okay. Okay. We can add one additional death frame. Like that. Now we have to add a frame to death here. All right, so then we have to add 8 to all of these. And all of these. There we go, right? Yeah, I figured that's what you meant. Right? I figured that's what you meant. Okay, let's go on diet once more. Whee! Perfect, all right? The trick is to not show the death thing long enough that the player realizes how terrible it is. Okay, now we need sounds, right? So that's animations done, right? Now, okay, so what should we do? We can do sounds on the update function, right? This is kind of simple, right? But it's fine. Do not enable this one. Update. Okay. From input, that's what we need, right? Okay, so you could, Patrick. So we should probably say that there's like a death plane somewhere as well. Maybe, you know, maybe we add the sound to the animation. Is that a bad idea in this case? I don't think so. So here, if we change the state, we can match the state. Here we do nothing. Here we do nothing. Jumping, we should play a jumping sound. So it's really these three that needs to have audio attached to them, right? All right, so how do we play an audio then? Do we have any audio? We have a blip. Okay. How do I play a blip? We can probably do something like assets dot load sound. Is that possible? And does this give us the sound ID? Yeah. Okay. And then then we just say assets play sound, right? Assets the play sound blip. Yeah. All right, cool. So when we do the animation thing, we just have to pass the sound in, right? Does this load the sound multiple times? Yes, it does. There's no caching here. No. Okay, now on YouTube, you won't hear this, the sound effects. I'm sorry, you have to watch this on Twitch to hear the sound effects. So if you're watching the VOD, this is maybe we enable the sound for this portion of the video, right? And we get on with it. Because I think what I'm playing is okay to play, but I don't know for sure, right? I'd rather not take any chances. So, you know. Okay, background texture, player texture blip. All right, so we load the blip. We're gonna have jump. We're gonna have win, and we're gonna have die. These are the different sounds that we're gonna have. Okay. So let's say that sounds is sounds, and then we do this. And we change these into this. All right, okay. So let's go to animation, which is not where this should be, but let's do it anyway. So pub struct sounds, and then we have jump is a sound ID, win and die, and then we make these public, bring that in here. All right, cool. So then we pass this to our animations. So self.animations.sounds is sounds. Okay. Is sounds. There we go. No field animations. Okay, really? Player. Dot animation, maybe. Right, there we go. So let's add this. And when we make a new one of these, we just need to say that sounds is sounds invalid. All right, there's no such thing. So we're going to import sounds, and we're going to have a const invalid here, which is self, where jump is a sound ID invalid, right? So you might say, but why are you not using options? This is Rust after all. That's because we have this initialization step. And if we use options, then we're going to end up unwrapping or expecting every single time. And that is such a pain in the gasket, right? So instead, we're just going to say that we have a sound ID that has an invalid sound ID for every one of these. There's no such thing as an invalid sound ID. So sound ID, where are you? There we go, right? So let's do an import of sound. Are you supposed to type properly? Okay, we'll try this. That was nothing properly about what I just did, right? Okay, that will make it public as well, right? Ah, beautiful, beautiful YouTubers, right? You guys are amazing. Thank you. Okay, so we can now load an actual sound, and if we are changing the state, we could also match on the new state. So let's match on self.state here instead, right? No, 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 yes, no, and then here we do nothing. And then we need assets for this, right? So assets needs a reference to... I don't know if that's supposed to be a mutable reference to assets or not. But if we're doing this, then we also need to have assets in here as well, right? I think we need a mutable reference to assets for this to actually work. Beans... yeah, that's cool. That takes assets. And then here we pass in assets. What is assets? It's a mutable asset manager. That's what that is, right? So let's put the asset manager in there. And we need a lifetime for that, but we can have an anonymous lifetime. It doesn't really matter, right? Whoopsie. Okay. There we go. So now, I think we have this elsewhere, right? We do that, and then we pass that in here. Okay, so if it is jumping, then assets.play sound, self.sounds.jumping. Shit. Okay, jump. You good with that? Yeah, you are. All right, so this is going to give us a handle back, but we have no interest in modifying that, right? So it will give us the option to stop the sound, die, and win. Okay, now these are all the same sounds, right? So bear with me while I do this, right? I thought it was like music playing. No, it doesn't actually work. Hello? Oh my god, I am so stupid. Okay, let's see if this works now. For jumping. It's gonna be very low though. Yeah. And then winning would just be there. Okay. Well then. Well then. We have sound already. Okay. Now we need to find some actual good sounds, right? And I am paying for something that gives me access to audio. So let's do this. But I have that in another browser here, right? I use something called Epidemic Sound, and this people, it's royalty-free music and videos, right? It's all good, and they don't actually use AI to generate any music, right? So let's do AI music. All right, so if you look at this, Epidemic Sound doesn't deal in AI-generated music. Rather, the catalog of more than 50,000 world-class tracks is created entirely by real artists, written, recorded, and produced through blood, sweat, and tears. Those tracks are the backbone of the product, right? So there are AI tooling in there that you can fuck around with if you want to, but there's actual artists behind this stuff, right? So I'm quite happy to do this, right? Thank you for that, Essa. Oh, I am a turnip. You be a Swede, and I'll be a turnip. No, but Patrick, I'm kidding, of course, right? Is Epidemic Sound, is this Swedish maybe? But what they do is they don't just grab a bunch of I mean, you guys got Spotify as well. I'm gonna come over to Sweden. I'm just gonna steal all your fucking ideas, okay? Right? I'm kidding, of course, right? I didn't have room for that. They are paying people to make this stuff, right? So it's really easy to just go on to audio or whatever, right? And add some like prompt to get a sound effect or something back out, right? But I rather use this, right? I rather pay for this and use this because it is generated by people, right? Who has gone through the work of doing all that, right? So I have that here. I am logged in, but I don't want to share my accidentally share anything I shouldn't. So you're just gonna have to live with this while I dig out some sound effects, right? So let me turn on the desktop audio now and then crank it up a little bit so you can hear as we go through the sound effects. Right? So we're looking for a jump sound effect. I think we already have a winner. Perfect. Or no. I like that one. Okay, so let's download that one in MP3. So now we have to move it into our assets. So down, let's go to here and let's move downloads this to assets, sound effects, jump.mp3. Okay, then we're looking for a win anime or a win sound. So let's see. That's pretty good. Nah, that's wind. Nah. Okay, that one was a bit long, but maybe the first one. All right, we'll take the first one. Again, it doesn't have to be amazing. It just have to be different. So downloads is sound to win.mp3. And then finally, we need like a death thing here. Hello, Paul. What are you going? Change name here since this is my name everywhere else. Okay, see, I am going to forget that. So you're gonna, every time you say hi, you're gonna be, hi, this is Bolvar, right? Okay, zombie male death groan. All right, that's a potential, but we might have to modify it. Okay, we'll download that one for now. Let's get our download ES whatever. No, that's something else. Okay, let's remove everything from downloads and let's download that again because I goofed up. Download. There we go. To assets sound death 1.mp3. Okay, let's listen to a few more. Okay, that one works. It's short. That's it. Okay, we're done. We got it. Okay, we have to tweak it a little bit, but I think that's the one, right? Assets, sound effects, death 1, downloads, death.mp3. Okay, let's open up Audacity. Death. Really? Where did I put that? Okay, I just put it here. Assets, sound effects. Okay. Ah, the joy of this. Okay, so let's listen to a chunk. All right, what about this one? Okay, that's my favorite so far. So of these two, I want that one. Okay, let's listen to this. Okay, that one is better than this. Maybe not. Yeah, I kind of like this one more. Okay, so let's get rid of this one then. Okay, let's try this. All right, this might be loud. Take a step back. Okay, that was more human. Maybe we should take that one. Okay, so it's between these two right now. Okay. No, I like that one more than this one. Okay. What about this? All right, let's listen to the last one. That one's pretty good, so let's compare this one to the last one. They're quite similar. Okay, so it's between these two now, right? So we got number 1 and number 2. Okay, number 1 and number 2. What do you guys think? Type in chat, number 1 and number 2. Number 2. No, okay. Okay, it's unanimous. Everyone in the whole world thinks number 2. You guys are too good, right? Sorry, Amatsa. Sorry, I was too fast, right? Let's export this as death. Export. Whoops, where did I export that now? No, that's Cobra Card, damn it. It is some kind of game. Death. There we go. Really? Where am I exporting all this audio now, right? Oh, and the music. Oh, you know what? Okay, let's just leave it there now. Okay, let's just go. Let's go to assets and move music, death to sound effects, death, right? Okay, but one thing we don't have is music, and I believe as much as I want to record things myself, I do think that we should probably actually, you know what? I have to do one thing though, right? I have to level the audio here because I think that death one might be a little bit too loud. Okay, let's open up the lol. I don't think so. Where's my projects? There we go. Projects Rust, some kind of game. Assets, sound, Wait, didn't I do the win? Where's the win? Oh, there's win. Okay, right. So that needs to go into assets. Oh my god, I hate this. All right. There we go. Okay. While we're doing this, all right, let's just go and set up the blip here. That is jump, win, and death. Okay. Then let's open these up and make sure that they are not like entirely too loud. Rubbish, projects, Rust, some kind of game, assets, sound effects, and these ones open. Right, so it's quite a big difference in these volume wise, right? Can you do something with that maybe? First of all, we can trim off things we don't need. And let's do how do we like change the volume of this? Normalize. Will this work? Maybe. Let's see. It's still quite loud for you guys. Can we de-amplify this, right? Maybe like negative. Okay, maybe that's not loud enough. Okay, so the jump is a little bit louder. So let's do this. There's probably a way to do this where you we had like okay, let's do minus 4.8 then. I think that's all right. That one is not loud enough. Okay, so maybe a little bit, just one negative decibel. Yeah, no, it's barely. So what I'm doing is I'm looking at the levels here at this global here. So when I play this, I see what that is, right? And then, okay, let's put that over here. And then I look at this one. So I see that this one, the death one, is actually slightly below there, right? So jumping is actually a little bit higher, right? And then win is way too low. Yeah, I have no idea if it does, right? So let's just increase the volume. Let's amplify this by, is that a lot? That was quite a bit. Okay, let's do this by, say, 10 then. I think 10 is fine. That shouldn't be too loud. Okay, let's move this back where it belongs. There we go, all right? Okay, so let's just overwrite the assets that we have, right? And this is the win. Where are you, game? Save, export, yes, replace, and then close that. Okay, there's the jump one. Re-export this one. To jump. Yes. And then death. Okay, so now we have everything that we need for this. Okay, so the only thing that we don't have now is music. Okay, so let's just try this then. Oh my god. And sorry, neck issues. Okay. What are we missing now? Maybe we should design the level. The winning sounds like a phone saying. No, the winning is like a slot machine paying out sound. That's what that is, right? Okay, we need to design the actual level a little bit then. Um, I think, okay, there's one thing that I consider that we might want to add, and that's a UI and lives as well, right? So whenever we die, we play the death animation, we subtract a life, and then we move the player back to where he was, right? Let's see if we can do that. So lives is some kind of byte. We start off with lives being 2, and then we subtract a life, right? I actually thought about that, Rensky. But the thing is, I'm gonna leave this open source in sitting on the GitHub repository. No one's gonna play this or do anything with it, but it will be a a reference for me. All right, it is very warm. Put on itch, people will play. Oh yeah, we can, because we have the WASM dump, right? We have the WASM dump there. Yeah, we could do that. Why am I wearing this? There's no sound playing. Okay. Should we be concerned about the 116 warnings? Nah. Right, so when we die, we subtract a life. So where's the wait for death? Okay, if self.player.lives is larger than 0, else. Okay. Then here we need to return the player to his spawn position, right? So we'll do the death thing, and then here, so it should be only these lines of code really to do this, right? So if die self.lost is true and player state is dying, so here we need to say that's false and that's idle. All right, well, we should be okay doing that. So then now we just need to return the player to his position, right? So let's do self.player.reset position, which is not a function. Then we're gonna do this mutably, and then we need to have self. Oh crud. No, that doesn't not exist, right? Self.current.player position is equal to something, and then self.previous is self.current. All right. Now we need to store the spawn location here. So spawn position is a position, and then here we default our spawn position to be 0. And once we have done the entity for the player, here's the spawn, right? So self.spawn position is entity.position. So from here on out, we're only going to use that. So that will be self.spawn position. Okay. explicit panic because I didn't. 341. Self.spawn position. All right. Let's try it. Let's see if the camera will now. That was unsaved, wasn't it? Yeah. Let's see if the camera will now track to the player as well, right? No, he went into game over. Why did he game over? Once we have died, we subtract a life. That should be 1 the first time. Oh, but it does it twice. Why does it do it twice? I did not, Patrick. I just ran out of batteries in these headphones, and I have a very short cable. This is the distance that this is the amount of slack I have between me and the audio interface, right? So it's not very far. If I get up and walk away, I will probably rip out a bunch of things that I shouldn't. Hello, Keeney, how you doing? Okay. Why is dying happening twice? If we're dying, we are already returning here, so we're not advancing this, right? Oh, you know what? We are leaving the player's collider there. So it's the player's collider that has to teleport to the new position, right? Can the naked man jump nicely? Nicely, no. But can he jump? Oh, yeah. All right, so we're gonna look at that in a second. I just need to reset the state here. So self.colliders, I was gonna say collisions. Self.player.collider.teleport to self.spawn position, right? There's no teleport. I thought there was a teleport. Okay, move to. There we go. All right, so what about now? There we go. Look at this. Look at this, Keeney. He's jumping. Right? Okay, so we just need to extend the death a little bit longer. The player character is a bit over dramatic. I don't know about that. Right? Let's do 1500. Okay, it's painful to wait a second and a half, but here we go. Okay, so it's because it has to match up with the sound, right? Okay. We have no UI. We're gonna have a UI too. Okay. And we probably don't want to see the state. Can you be over dramatic when you literally die? All right, so then it went into game over. It didn't play the death thing. Okay, hang on. Let me die twice. Yeah, it just goes boop. That's probably because we don't reset the wait for death. Okay, so let's add a reset here instead, right? So that has to be updated. Okay. And where's the thing? Where is the thing? Where do we do the update? Here we go. Okay, so self.reset. Okay, that should be good. And the camera is like cool with the whole thing. All right, okay. I think that this is now just lacking music and then actual level design, and then we're good. I had a bunch of notifications on Blue Sky. I haven't been there in forever, so I'm gonna go and answer and address those shortly. Okay. So what am I missing? What did I say? We have the jumping, we have the winning. Oh yeah. We did a UI. Okay. So for that, we're gonna need to add let's add hearts to the world, right? Let's add hearts so we can see how many lives you have. Like that, I think. Okay. Like that. And then we'll use this for our heart color. Right, so let's add hearts to the world. That's not what that is. Did not want to click that. And let's go to our texture. Okay, and let's change our lives to 3 instead. So let's draw 3 sprites for the 3 hearts. Should we have a UI layer for this? We don't need to, but it would make sense to do that. Put the chat twice on top to symbolize lives like all they put the character twice on top. Oh, I see. Sorry, man, I can't read, Patrick. Yeah, so you have like little guys. That makes sense. But I think it's gonna look nicer if we have a UI layer instead. We are going to do this too. By the way, there is no UI, it says. Well, that's because we haven't grabbed it yet. Let's add a UI before debug. There we go. And we need to do the same thing for resize. And that's all we need. Okay, so now we have a UI layer. How beautiful is that? Okay, so in our update, how should we do this? We should draw 3 sprites. We're going to create 3 sprites here, maybe, right? Particle system. I don't actually think particle system is the worst thing. But we're not going to add a particle system here. We're just going to add a UI. And we're going to hide the state text that we have now because it's just a state idle and mouse. So let's find the mouse text. Debug text. Let's get rid of all the debug stuff for now. Why is the text in here? All right, because I used to write that in there. That's why. Debug should not be. You know what? I think we can even get. Whoopsie. I think we can get rid of the debug layer even. Let's do it. Let's get rid of the. Nah, we might need it later. Let's not. Da 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 do da da do. Let's get rid of this. Da da do. There should be no debug text. Okay. And then we probably could make the background your scope creep goblin. We need more of you though, Rensky, right? You say scope creep, I say polish, okay? It's adding polish. And we haven't even looked at what games have been released today, which is, you know, something that I'm starting to make into a daily thing. I probably shouldn't though, right? Let's do UI here, okay? UI. So for live in self.player.lives, do we create a sprite? After the background, we can do the UI, I think. Yes. Actually, since this is on a different layer, it's not an issue. And then we have to load. Oh, it doesn't make sense to make it on a different layer biscuits. Okay, it doesn't make sense to make it a different layer because we have the all of the sprites in there. No, it does. Okay, you're a dummy. Don't do that. Okay, so that we're just gonna reuse this texture, right? So that one needs a texture. Yes, it's very much makes sense to do this now, right? Whoops. There we go, and then we do that, and then we're gonna create a sprite called heart, and we have to generate atlas.create region heart, and that's gonna go from where it's gonna go from 48 to no, it's gonna go from 96 to 48 to 63. Probably 6416 then. And that's a tuple people. That's not a word. Okay, so we now have the heart, and then that's our sprite, our heart sprite. Yes, we finally have a reason to remove sprites. I am almost giddy, right? So we do sprite.position is equal to position new, and then we have to get like the offset, the UI offset that is equal to our screen is a position that is equal to a screen width divided by 2. That's a negative value, and then screen height divided by 2, and that's a positive value. Okay, so we're gonna have a UI offset plus a new position that is life times 32. You gotta multiply your life times 32, right? Ship. Okay. All right, there are our hearts, but we need to offset them by the size of the heart as well. We could fiddle with this, or we could just subtract from this position about 16. That shit on it. Like that, right? Okay, they are a little bit far away. Let's add 16 to this as well. Okay, so their offset needs probably not to be 32, but to be 16 instead, right? Okay, there's our 3 hearts. I think they should not be there. We should move them a little bit. Let's move them a little bit to the left. Forgot to save. And let's move them a little bit up as well. So we pick 10 here. Okay, that looks fine. And then it would be nice to build the UI as an actual separate thing. But so this is kind of an exercise in unarchitected software, right? Like, what happens if you let a lunatic decide what things should be like in your program? And this is almost the equivalent of putting all the code in the main function, right? Almost. It's like you have 2 functions. You have an init function and a main function. That's kind of insane in the mainframe, right? But so what are we gonna do here? We're gonna add our lives. So let's see. Actually, what we could do is we could create the sprites on the fly on reset, and then we can subtract, we can remove sprites. Okay, there are so many ways we could do this. We can draw all 3 hearts and then use as one texture, and then use the UV mapping to show and hide the number of hearts, right? And we can tile this forever. That's one way of doing it. We can do what we do now and just enable and disable the hearts, which would also, we can actually start with that because that's kind of like the simplest one, right? Or we can create and remove hearts, and there's no cost really. There's not really any more cost in creating and removing hearts than it is to enable and disabling hearts, right? Like the cost is minuscule, right? But let's do the simplest thing ever right now. Let's just have lives be a life sprites. That's a vec of sprite ID. Okay, we can just do this, and then live sprites is an empty vec. And as we go through and do this on our setup, we're gonna add the lives here, right? And where do we do this? UI blah 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 blah. There we go, right? So then self.player.live sprites push the sprite ID like so. And now that would be scope creep and not the thing it should be, right? I had one of those, but I was too stupid in school, so it was meaningless. Okay. I had one. I signed up for like classes where you needed one, and I just didn't want to learn. I was so bad at school. So I just had an expensive graphing calculator for no reason. Okay. The thing is, I want to learn. I don't want to be taught, right? That's the problem. Okay. All right, so we have the life sprite. Then we need to, when we die, we need to find the death thing here. Where's the death? Where is the, what we call self.reset, right? Here. We're not subtracting one from lives, are we? No, maybe we should do that on reset. No, I don't think so. I did not like that. But here we need to do, well, okay, if we have 0, 1, and 2, so we have 3 lives. So it is the life here, right? So self dot something. We should do this. That means that we need access to the live. So self dot play as a live sprites. Self dot player dot lives as a usize. This should give us the ID, right? And then we need access to something where the sprite lives. So maybe we need access to an atlas. And if we do have access to an atlas, can we then say atlas.sprites disable this sprite dot enabled is false? Is this doable? No, there is no enabled. It's going to be like set enabled or set disabled or something like that, right? Enable as a function. Back. All right. Fine. How do we disable the sprite? There isn't one. Well, I'll be a monkey's uncle then. I thought this was doable. In that case, we have to do the remove this sprite. Okay. All right. So we already have sprite removal. Okay. If we're doing this, then we need to pass in the correct one. So here we need to get a hold of the UI layer for this. Otherwise, we can't access the UI atlas. And let atlas equal UI.atlases. No, atlas. I don't remember what we call that, and then pass in the atlas here. So it's kind of intuitive to work with this for some bizarre and perverted reason. This thing makes sense, but I have never built anything like this before, so who knows in the long run. Where's the UI? Okay, it's just called UI. Easy then. Okay, will this work? Let's die and find out. No. Why? Why? Did I not subtract 1 from lives? I do. I absolutely do. Okay, let's do that on reset then, just to be sure. And we do it the first thing we do. All right. Why is the length 2? We should have a length of 3, right? We're adding 3 hearts. We're adding 3 hearts. All right. And then on reset, that should be 2. And there should be 3 in there, right? Huh. Okay, let's see where this is apparently. In this calling sparse index. Okay. The length is 2, but the index is 2. See, right. I think this is where I goofed up, isn't it? Here, no, in a remove. Yeah, I think this is the one that's panicking. So if we do this now. There it is. Okay. Oh, wait a second. Wait, no, you do take a sprite ID. That is 2. That is correct. Yeah, it's a paid for from Epidemic sound effect, right? I'm gonna put that epidemic. You know what? Fuck it. Why should I do adverts for them, right? Epidemic Sound, sponsor me, right? And we'll talk. Okay. No, I use Epidemic Sound for the audio stuff. Okay. Remove. This is failing. Let's step into this. So let's find the index. The index is 2. We're doing a swap remove. Reverse contains 2 where the index is 2. This is where it's failing, right? Is this the value that we're really interested in? Reverse, remove the index. And the last key is this. No. Okay, let's write a test. Okay, I think there's a bug in the sparse map here. Well, now we have remove that is, whoops, not been compiled for a while apparently. All right. Dum dum da 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 da. Come on. How exciting is this, though? I mean, honestly. Okay, so removing works. Why is that? We get the key. Okay, let's remove the last one. Okay, let's write a specific test for removing the last. All right. So we have keys is a vec of keys. Keys.push key, and then we do the same thing here, right? Let the key, and then we'll do sparse remove keys 0. That should be fine. Okay, remove last. Damn it. Oh no, that's not the last one. Yes. Okay. No, not yes. Damn it. I was expecting this to panic, not to succeed. Yeah, we only have no. Wait, that's it, isn't it? 0, 1, 2, 3. There should be 3 keys in here. That is the issue. So if we just do this, this should fail. Fine, don't fail then. Oh, right, hang on. Now it please fail. Yes, reproducible issues. Go. Right. Okay. Now I have to unpack this thing. And I haven't touched this code in a hot minute. So you will excuse me while I dive into some boring things. Let me slip into something more comfortable. All right, that should probably be up here, shouldn't it? Like that. Yeah, I have to run the whole setup differently now because I am streaming to both YouTubes and Blizzards. Okay, so pushing value 4 gives us a key. Trying to remove the key fails. And why does it fail? Let's step into this thing. So index is 3. Okay. How does this work, right? We have keys and values, and then we have the reverse list. So if you if you want to access all the values, they are sparsely packed together, which is a lot better for uploading to the GPU, right? Why am I telling you this? You don't care. Don't worry about it. Some pants goblin will care, but they can care. All right, so this is supposed to track the keys that we. So every time we do something, we're gonna add a key here. This key here is supposed to be what? Some kind of index, is it? All right, I don't know. So swap remove takes. I think something is not being updated correctly here. Let's see what is this thing, right? Oops. Let's step into this thing, and what is XX here? It is number 3. Okay. That it's because it's the last entry. So what's inside reverse after that? There is 0, 1, and 2. So how can we use 3 here? I think it's because the thing that we removed is the last entry, and because of that, swap remove doesn't work. It doesn't do anything, right? Remove some element from the vector and returns it. The removed element is replaced by the last element of the vector. This does not preserve ordering. If you need to preserve element order, use blah blah blah. Patterns of index out of bounds. Okay, so it doesn't say anything more there. But this index, this is the last value, right? So if we do this with another one, we can actually see this, okay? If we say key here, and we run this now. I ran the wrong thing. Nope, that is also the wrong thing. There we go. Debug. Program is not being run. Oh, that's a bug. There we go, right? It was right all along. Run the program then. Thank you. Okay, so here, if we do a swap remove, this is 1. This is the key that we removed. This index is 1. So we have enough values in there. So what did we do? We removed 1. This has made the last index 2 because of the swap remove, right? So we take the one that we remove, we take the last one, and then we swap places and then pop the last one. So whatever we swapped with now has to be updated, right? But that should not happen if we remove the last value. We should probably have used pop anyway, but I don't even know if we have pop in here. No, we don't. So no popping for you. So the last key is now number 3. As opposed to what? It was always number 3, wasn't it? And then reverse index gives us the last key. And then we swap remove that out, right? Okay, so this thing should probably not run if the index is out of length, right? So the last key will not be updated. That's what it will not be changed, right? So what is our current last key? So that's 1, and what is the key that we're passing in? That's 1. Yeah, so this is the one that we removed. That's why we don't need that. That makes sense. And then if the reverse length is less than, okay, index, is that true? Then we update that. I have to think about this one for a second now. So what is the last key? Let's look at this. What is the current? There is no current last key. There is just, that's an index. That's what that's going to be, right? As an index. No, it's a key to 3. And then we okay, so keys is a slab. That's why. That's why. So we update this key to point to this index now. That makes sense. That makes sense. But what if this thing is the same length as the thing that we're dealing with, right? How does that work? If we, then we should technically pop, right? But we don't have a pop implementation, do we? Okay, so we take this out, we insert, we update the last key with this, but that is only if it has changed, right? So this is only if it's not the last key. And what is values? Values is a vec. So swap remove here makes sense, but then no, it doesn't make sense. downstairs. If we do a swap remove with the index and we removed one, because reverse and values are of the same length, right? These two has to be the same length. It's effectively mapping the values and the reverse. So if it is the last one, if the index is the last one, then we are popping from both. So if the index is the same as keys it's the last one, so if that's equal to set of the reverse dot length, then now we're off by 1, right? So we shouldn't see that. No. Well, I'm doing the wrong thing here. Index out of bounds. Okay. This, however, or rather if index plus 1 rather than subtracting, right? So index can never be 0 here because the length would be, that would work though. So if index is 0 and there's only one value, then the length is 1. Otherwise, we're going to do this. So if we're doing this, then here we're going to do self.values.pop. Unwrap. That's naughty. You can't do that. We're going to match instead. Like this, and then we chuck a good old panic in there, and then there we go, which is the same. I did this the wrong way around, didn't I? Yeah, I did this the wrong way around. But we're not done yet, are we? What's the panic message? The panic message is, that should be unreachable. So that shouldn't be possible. So why shouldn't it be possible? Because we're checking the index here against the length. Where's my freaking mouse again? There we go. The mouse keeps going to bed. So checking it doesn't make any sense, right? Okay, so we're almost done. So I'm going to turn chat on very, very shortly. Let's see if this works. And let's see if this thing still works. And let's make sure that the value that we remove is 4. And let's make sure that, well, I guess that's fine. Do we have any broken tests in here now? We might have some doc tests that aren't working. No, we didn't. There's no test in there. All right, I'm turning chat back on again. Where are you? Oh, there we go. Right. I can spare kudos. What is this test thing? No, don't worry about it. Cube. It's like it's a dirty word, right? It's a dirty word. Hello, Fishy. Oh, Fishy, how you going? What's the current project? It's a game of undecided nature. Hello, Axorus. How you doing? Okay. So we've made a game. Can you now lose hearts in this game? We must find out. Look at it. Look how beautiful this thing is. And then last one. Last life. We're dead now. Damn it. Why didn't he die? Why didn't he die? Does he have one more life? Yeah. All right. So again, off by one. What a sorpresa, no? Okay, so let's see. Where are we with this thing now? We're resetting. So we're subtracting a life on reset. Maybe we can't do that then. All right, we're gonna die a couple more times, right? It cracks me up. I wonder how long until this gets boring. There we go, right? There we go. There's no fade to black. He has died on the sharp spikes of crack or whatever that is, right? But we are good. So, but why was that, right? Because probably reset is then we call reset. If we do this, but then that's kind of jank. All right, let's do it. We'll be done, right? It's blood curling. Wouldn't surprise me if the VA actually died in the studio. It could happen, right? It could happen. Okay, so we have sound. We don't have any music, but we have sound. We have graphics. We have animation. We have a win and a lose condition. We have somewhat of a level editor, but it is Orbit. That is, I think maybe this will go there. All right. I think so. I think for all intents and sausages, we are done, right? We have a game. We have a game. Now we just have to make the game playable, right? As in, well, it's playable. We have to make the game. Well, we were gonna check if we can have a WASM build first, right? So if we can have a WASM build, we are good, right? Okay, let's full screen it with sound and everything. With sound and everything. All right, and there's a win condition here. All right, okay. I think rubbish. I think we're good, right? I think we're good. We have a game, all right? Well, the thing is, I'm gonna remove a sound though, right? Assets, sound effects, and blip. There we go, right? Okay, then. Yeah, okay. Let's open up the level editor, and we should probably like draw a background in there. But again, I don't know how to draw. Okay, so let's see if we can make this into a okay, first of all, let's put the win condition somewhere else. Okay, let's put it at the top of the level, right? Wouldn't that make sense? Okay, where is the win condition? There you go, right? There's the win condition, and then we're gonna add solid ground around this. like that. And now we just have to make a world where we can live, right? Win, spawn, and let's draw. Let's see what the furthest jump is that we can make. Okay. Let's see what the furthest jump is. Okay, I would argue that this is like the furthest jump. Maybe one more. Okay, maybe one more. Don't need you. Don't need you. Let's get rid of that and let's add that one on the side. Okay, let's see if we can make this jump. Oh no, we can't. He died. Okay, well, the thing is, we can make the jump possible by tweaking the jump. Values, right? Don't we have like a jump value in here? There we go, right? All right, let's just make it 3.2 and let's see. Okay, well, not even remotely close, right? Let's add 4.2 then. Oh wow, why is the jump not having any impact? I think maybe... Oh, wow. Okay, no, that definitely... Okay. That certainly adds a level, but it's not the jump itself that's the problem. It's the... Okay. All right. Speed. We're going to increase the speed by 5 then. Okay, this might work, right? That's the engine, right? We made our own. Oh, oh my god, what a jump that is. What a freaking jump that is. Ain't gonna happen. All right, shit. I removed that. Okay. Game from scratch. All right. Homemade engine that isn't an engine. No AI used. Sounds from Epidemic Sound and WGPU for graphics, and then Kira for audio and KLRS for joypads. Right, there we go. There we go. Okay. Oh, it's too hard, man. Let's try. I think so. We're gonna be a little bit careful with how much we update this now, right? That's doable. Okay, okay. So we can actually make this. We can make this doable. Or you can jump over these platforms, right? Maybe the idle animation can do a little bit of. Let's do a little bit of work on the idle animation. Just oh crap! If we do that. Then, oh, that's the coolest thing ever. It's a spider climbing the window, but it looks really funny. Well, I guess you have to be there. But I think the complexity of Rust for creating games, I mean, is it worth it? Is it cost effective to use Rust? I can't answer the cost effective question, but I don't think the complexity of Rust. Okay, let me to be able to answer that question without too much stuttering, right? To be able to answer the question. Complexity, I need to ask you a counter question. Complexity compared to what other language, right? Let's start with that. So, okay, what I think we're going to do is we're going to break this spreadsheet up instead. So we are using 8 and we're putting everything as a strip. But if we make one line... no, I got like a fucked nervous system, Dan. So sometimes I start stuttering. It's not a thing. Like you guys can make fun of that. It's not a problem, right? I'm not self-conscious about it or anything like that. But I am like I'm in rehab for this thing, right? So it's getting better. Right? It's been a long time since I started stuttering. Okay, so if we look at the animations we have, right? We have idle. We have run left, right. And left and right, we could have just flipped it, but whatever. I left, right, jump, fall, win, die, right? The verbosity, or in fact, it is not so widespread. But like you gotta give me like a comparison language, though, Gabriel, right? So it's not a noob question. Like you're asking
you're asking a normal question. There's nothing wrong with your question, right? But I need more information to be able to like answer this, right? So we're going to multiply this by 7 because I think that's the number that we have, right? So this is our idle animation, and then we are doing our run left. Crab. Is that? Yeah, that's run left. All right, so his arms are a maximum of a pixel out, right? And then run right. Oh, okay, so that didn't happen. Is that right? Is that right? What's the right thing to do here? Yeah, this is fine. All right, and then we have the beautiful jumping animation. We can improve this. All right, so we're doing all this hardcore work here, just so we can, make more beautiful progress, right? So this is the falling animation, and then this somehow is supposed to be the dying animation. That makes sense. Like with no idea what's actually going on there. He's sort of just collapsing in some kind of spaghetti pile. And then the winning animation like this. Okay, so now we have the ability to add a bunch of frames in, but now we have to test this, right? So we have to go through and update all the animation code. Well, actually, we don't have to update the animation code. It's actually rather simple. So the idle animation stays put. The running left animation, it starts almost where the idle animation starts, right? And there's 3 of them, right? So we're going to add 8 to each one of these. But now we have to offset on the Y coordinate by 8 here, right? There and there. Okay, so run left should now work. So if we're idle and we're running left, yeah, everything else is just not working because it's not there, right? I regret my last Rust game and didn't swap the Sega and I personally prefer it. Although maybe I should go back since it looks like Rust might be more useful professionally going forward. These things are really difficult to answer, but but do you really care though, right? If Rust is more professional going forward, is that really a thing that you care about? I'm asking for a friend, right? No, I'm saying that not because I have some like clever quip to pass on to you here, but rather, aren't you guys programming for fun, right? And if you're programming for fun, you should choose the language that you like. Yeah, that's the whole thing, isn't it? Okay, so jumping is just 2 animations. So that's gonna be 24 to 32. All right, so let's see if left and right is working now, and jumping, and then but falling isn't. So let's do what's falling like. Falling has okay. Let's add 8 there and there, and there and there, and then we're supposed to have 1, 2, 3, 2. So 1, 2, and then 3, and then 2. So that's falling and then dying. Then right. I think when you're programming, the most important thing is that you're actually enjoying what you're doing, right? I think money shouldn't really be a factor in programming, right? Not in that sense, okay? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 5 animations in here, okay? So let's go add 8 to each y-axis. Oh, we're gonna have so much more leeway to do this, right? And then we're gonna go 0, 8, 16 to 24, and then we're gonna add 8 there, and then we're gonna add 8 there and there. Okay, so that's dying, and finally winning. I think winning is 3. Yeah, so it's 1, 2, 3. It's 1, 2, 3, 2. Okay, so 1, 2. We're gonna add 8 here, right? Nope, 8 here, and no, that can't be right. Wait, this isn't right. Oh, shit. Okay, no, it's 40 here. Okay, 40, 40, 40 to 48. So that's 48, 48. Okay, so 0, 1, 2, 3, and 2. Okay, I think we're good, right? So far, Rust is one of the most fun programmers I know, mainly because of the safety features. Yeah, I mean, Rust is really fun. That's the only reason I'm programming, right? I don't like, I care about safety features and stuff like that in software, but the reason I keep programming in Rust, right? So if someone said like, if you wear like a dirty diaper on your head, like covered in poo, your programming is going to be a lot more safer, right? I probably wouldn't do that, right? So the analogy is basically Fun is more important. If you don't have fun, then you're not gonna do it, right? It doesn't matter how good something is if it's painful or boring to do, right? Let's add a win condition right here. So let's just go there and win. Yeah, but the win animation was missing. So the win animation is wrong. Because it goes from 48 to 48. So we need to add 8 here again. Like this quote unquote game. Well, I guess we can actually call this a game now because you can play it. There we go. Oh, no. That was wrong. 56, 8, 16, 24, 24, 32. Wait, this one is probably wrong. Win has 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 2, 3, 2. Okay, there we go. So fixing that, right? Hello, Dark Wolf. How you going? Look at that, right? Look at that guy waving. Okay, so let's get rid of the win condition from here because that's noob level. Okay. Let's see. What do we do? Let's add, well, let's just draw some solid ground. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4 is the hardest one. 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4 up there. And now we need to know what's the maximum jump you can make, okay? If we're gonna make this more difficult, right? Okay, you can make that jump. It kind of just double bounce there because of how the jump is implemented. Why does it double bounce there? Oh, that's fine, right? That's fine to double bounce. We want to be able to like play through the level just holding the button for jumping. The level editor is LDTK, right? It was made by someone working on, let's see, is it Dead Cells, LDTK editor? I started using tiled, but someone's like, no, use LDTK instead. We love it. And I was like, whatever, nerd. But it turned out to be really cool. So, by GameDevs for GameDevs. I think this was used by someone working at... Okay, here we go. From the director of Dead Cell. He was directing, okay? Okay, I think we can make a level now. No, I was supposed to do something about the jumping animation, wasn't I? Now we have done all the hard work and it's just the simple stuff left. Okay, like mangling my editor here. Look at all this. We do not need this size spreadsheet. Okay, but we have it, so why not? I think we're gonna change this to be a different kind of jump. So it's gonna go from there to, I think maybe, no, that doesn't work with pixel art, does it? Right. So I was thinking like we need something like this, right? For the jump, but we can't do that. We don't have enough pixels to do that, right? Because it looks like this then, right? And that just looks like he's walking to the left. So what's on there? I don't know. Like we basically, I just built this thing. I have no idea what I'm doing, right? Let's just be very clear on that, right? This is all very... I guess you know what we could do, right? We can modify this in such a way that... No, wait. This is insane. Now he's just kneeling and it's like changing in size as well, right? What does this look like for the jumping now? But it's always facing the right way. Yeah, I don't know. I like it more than the other one. But now we have like a jump left and a jump right, and I don't want to go and program that into it. I don't want to look at the like jump normal or whatever to figure that out. Okay, so we could just go. All right, we can do this for the jump, right? That's I think that is sufficient, right? It's the same, almost the same as falling, right? Almost the same. Oh, you know what? That's not a bad one, Keeney. I kind of like that. Okay, let's do Keeney's terrible idea. All right, let's do that. I like it. So he has like a charge animation that he does first, right? So we're gonna start from here. Or we could just take the idle animation, right, and then put him there. I think you might be on something now. All right, so jumping is now 3 frames. And jumping here is, we're adding a 3rd frame, right? So add 8 to each. It's so easy to do this now, right? Thanks, Dad. You can barely see it. Okay, so we're gonna cheat. Now, there are 2 things you can do. You could add a duration to each one of these regions, but since I am absolutely too lazy for that, we're just gonna do this. No. You are not seeing that. You're not seeing that. It's too short. Like, even if we did some insane thing here. All right. Now it just looks incredibly spastic. Anyway, we can add 2 frames. Yes, it's good. It's done. All right. Okay, let's make this then. He moves immediately. Yeah, he's fast like that, right? Okay, let's design a level then. All right, so I don't think we can jump that high up. Even if we like use glitch jumping. No, that is the end of jumping. Should we make it possible to jump that high? No. All right, so so 2 cells is like the maximum you can jump, okay? Let's just add a wall here. You know what? We should probably program the wall in. Not that we can't handle the collisions, but we should probably program the wall in. What's the size of this thing now? What's the size of the level? Can we see that anywhere? It is 46736 by 432. Okay. So let's do, what's it, 736 by 432? No, that can't be right. 432. Oh. There we go. That's the level, right? And we're gonna save this as the background, maybe. Yeah. There we go. So we can draw an actual background in there as well. So we got jumping, we got this thing. No, this is LDTK, right? What do you think this game will become? I think this game is just a joke, Dark Wolf, and it's almost done. But to me, it's an exercise in seeing what it's like to develop like this throwaway game by building the game engine that isn't a game engine first, right? And after this, I'm going to build another game, which should be a lot faster to build, which will have new problems that I get to learn and solve from, right? So that's the whole point of this game. What it will become is like a reference to what I'm doing, basically. It's just a reference for me to figure things out with, right? We're going to add colliders around this, but I think we don't need to do... this with tiles. So we could do this with tiles, but we're not going to, right? Okay, so let's put a tile there. Actually, you know what? Let's just make the wall into a death plane instead, right? So now now you can't do you can't go outside. You will die, right? Just like in the real world. All right. Okay. So that makes it. We gotta change what these things are, of course, right? But we're just designing something. So now we can put this here. So you have to go there, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4 in between. But we don't want to be too mean about this now, right? If we put something here, we don't want it to bump his head and fall to his death either, right? So maybe we can go up one. Can we make that jump? Okay, let's have a look. So we can't make this jump. Oh my god. Okay. Yep. Oh yes, we could make that jump. Oh my goodness. We might have to, we cannot make that jump. Damn it. All right. Too soon. Oh, I made it. Oh my god. Oh, so close. All right. I think maybe we might do something about the death. Okay. Right. Yeah. Okay, well, we can make this jump. And then he just lays down in thin air. He did. I did not, Verse Warrior. The sound effects are from from Epidemic Sound, right? Although technically, I don't know if my license covers using that in this game, so it might be in a spot of bother. But I don't have a license file for this game anyway, so technically, no one can do anything with this code as it stands, right? Okay, let's just add some. Platforms. So we had 1, 2, 3, 4, and we can go up 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we have 1 there, and then we have 1, 2, 3. We have 1 there. And then from here, you should be able to reach this. Okay. And then from there to there. I think that should be okay. Let's try that. So you can't cheat your way up here, right? Not even with like the glitch jumping, which isn't a thing. Obviously, jumping works perfectly in this game. That jump is very hairy. Okay, can you make this jump? You can. And then up to here. Okay. Okay. We are going to add moving platforms. We are not adding moving platforms to this thing. So moving platforms involves multiple dynamic colliders, right? So right now, whoops, everything here is a static collider. So if these two, if the player collides with this thing has infinite mass, right? So you cannot move this thing. But if we have movable colliders, then if the player hits something that is moving, then the thing that is moving has to exert some force on the player, and the player has to exert some force on the moving platform. So a moving platform should probably have like an infinite mass, but if we are doing that, then maybe we should go all the way, right? The cry is amazing. It really is. That pain cry of Python developers when they hear about Rust. I used to be a Python developer, right? Just so you guys know, right? You can't say anything bad about Python developers. You can say whatever you want. I don't care. Okay, so let's make this like a traversal jump here. So we got like 3, 1, 2, 3, up to here. 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 And then from here, we're going to start navigating down again, right? So you have to be 1, 2, 3, 4. So you should be able to make it here. You should not be able to make it from here to here. So we're gonna test that out now, right? All right. We have. I don't have. I have the logic for loading, but I don't have loading of the assets actually showing. So you're seeing like the placeholder graphics, which just shows before it's loading, right? All right. Oh, the heart is. Did you see the heart is behind the platforms? So let's just fix that. Where is the UI? UI. Where is the UI? There's the UI. So the sprite set layer. Is it set layer? To 99. Like 99 will be the UI layer. So now that should not, the sprite should not be covered by. Okay, there we go. Right. It's incredibly simple to build with this, I'd say, because I managed to jump on a spike. We did the Celeste spike jump, right? Now we just need to get what's her name? Lena Rhymes to make the music to this as well. Do you think she's up for it, right? So I heard you've made the Celeste music. Do you want to make music for this? that jump is really hard, and so is this jump. Like, the only way you're gonna make it is if you hold the jump button. Oh, damn it. Okay. Oh, and there's no restart. Okay, we're gonna make the restart as well, right? I should though, versus Warrior. The game is too hard. All right, we'll try one more time, and if I can't make the jump, then I just accept that I have skill issue. Ah, fuck. You really have to be on the edge. Fuck. Here. I think maybe that jump is too hard. Have I made that jump before? I don't know. That jump is way too hard. Like, you have to hold the jump button to do that one. Okay, there we go. No, you can't make it up that one. Okay, that one's too high. I don't think that was supposed to happen. Yeah. All right. So that one is two. So it's one, two. You can make this one, but you can't make this one. How does that work? How do you make this one, but not that one? Ah, shit. All right. Okay. So we need to draw a background as well, right? And there's a few more things to do. Okay, we need okay, so what's our to-dos, right, for today? Draw background. Maybe keep actually I don't think I care about that. Restart on game over screen. I think those are the ones that we have to do, right? Momentum. I don't think this game cares about that, Capsule, right? Oh, okay. Oh, man. So there's a jump collide that is larger than the player. So the player actually has quite a lot of like grace for jumping. You can see how we're jumping outside of the platform because the jump collider extends like all the way out to here. We might shrink that one. All right. All right. Fuck, that's too hard, man. All right, you should be able to do the jump without having to hold the jump button. Okay, let's do this in one jump. No. All right, we're gonna change the jump collider, and we're gonna move the thing, right? A parallax background could probably be done with the camera and some offsets, right, and some scaling. But that means that we need to have a background that goes beyond. All right. Anyway, listen. Let's just draw the background, shall we? Where's our color theme that we're using? The 4 colors are here, right? These are the 4 colors that we're using, right? That is definitely the color that I wanted for the background. I think maybe. What does this look like if we were to draw down here, and then we draw a little bit of guff around here and a little bit of guff up here, right? Let's see what this looks like now. Background PNG, that's the background, and that's the screen width and screen height. That is not correct. Instead, we want this background to go to well, we're just gonna encode that. Can we ask the texture for its size? When we create a texture, we get a texture resource ID. I think we could do something like texture size is scene.textures. Yeah, no, that gives us the resource ID. That was not what we wanted. Probably in assets then, right? So assets dot asset manager. What do you have? Assets. Do we have create layer, insert texture, load texture, load font, sounds, remove texture. Okay, texture stuff should be grouped together. Okay, so we're just going to have a pub function texture size, texture ID, which is a texture resource ID. Now there's a problem here. There is a problem here with this, and that is that the texture is not loaded yet. So we need to wait until all the data is loaded before we can do this. So maybe, okay. Maybe we need a loader. So we have the init function of any scene, and this init function is called when the scene is created. This is where we do all the loading of data, all the resources and everything. We could also issue something once it has been loaded. So once all the resources are loaded, then we do something, right? We can also just include the bytes for this and not worry too much about it, right? So let's do texture size. It's going to return a size, and we do self dot. Wait, what are you? You're a texture ID. No, that's loading a texture. That holds texture. We can load. We can do the bind group thing. We have a texture singular here that does contain the size. Okay, so we need to get that from textures. Right now, I think the only thing we actually need is the size, though. Well, we can call get on there. So let's do that. So assets.textures.get texture, but that's not a texture ID, resource ID. Okay, so we need to do texture ID is self.textures texture ID. I think maybe that's how we get texture. No, it's not. Texture map, that's the one, right? Texture map. Will this give us what we want? Texture ID. I do think that maybe there's a faster way of doing this. Let's have a look at the load texture, get texture ID. That's the one I'm looking for, right? So get texture ID based on the texture ID that we pass in. And then we're going to shadow that. And we're going to replace that with the actual texture ID. So then self.assets.textures, texture ID.size. Is that a thing? Damn right it is. Okay, so we can get the texture size now. That's what we want. But that's not going to give us the right texture size. It's going to give us the size of the placeholder. All right. So texture size background like so, and that will give us a size object back. So we are going to have to use insert texture instead here. Right? So background is going to be equal to include bytes of this very nature here. Shape. Right. So we're gonna, instead of loading the texture, we're gonna call insert texture, and then that's the background that we're inserting. So now, okay, what? All right, we have to unwrap that. And what do we get back? We get back the resource ID. Okay. Why would this possibly fail? This would fail. We do assets insert texture. Oh, right. If the texture is invalid, if it's an invalid texture, then there we go, right? Okay. then we can get the size. And finally, we can say that this is going to be the texture size, width, and height. Okay. A bit cumbersome, but we got there in the end. Okay, so do we see the right thing now? Is this the right texture? Not even a little bit, right? Hang on, let me eat one of these like roast things. They help with my brain. There we go. Hello, Velux. How do you do? Okay. Why are we not seeing that? All right, let's make the world a lot smaller. As a matter of fact, let's make it 4 times as small. Right, so we can see what has actually happened. We have positioned the texture in the middle, and the player is in the middle, but the tile map is not in the middle. Why is the tile map not in the middle? That's because alright, that's why. Ah, right. So we're not attaching the background to the camera. No, we are attaching the background to the camera, I think. I've been making mistakes for many years, though, Silius. Many years of mistake making. Rust alone, I have been making mistakes in Rust since. I don't know why I'm looking at my watch as if that's on there, but I was also secretly thinking about lunch, which is hours away. 10 years maybe, right? Yeah, about 10 years of Rust. I think the background is what the issue is here. Somewhere in our update function, we are moving the background along with the camera, which made perfect sense. Here we go, right? Which made perfect sense then. Now it doesn't make sense to move the background with the camera, okay? So now it looks a lot better. Okay, let's take our multiplier back down to 1. And let's look at what this looks like, right? Okay, there we go. Is it great that that there's like no UI background? No, there isn't, right? That's not great at all. We could make that just black for now. I think that makes sense. There's an argument for having like a maximum for like clamping the camera to the background. Then maybe we should do that. So the camera is clamped to the bottom left of the world. Okay, let's, rather than changing the clay color, let's try that instead, right? Tile scene. Camera control. Let's add something like a region for where like the camera's and let's just call it region for now because I'm an imbecile and I can't figure out what that's called. So when we make a new one, we're gonna give this region the same dimensions as the background, right? So I think, so we have our background, I think sometimes, right? So this is the entire world as we see it, right? And we start with a camera here maybe, right? But we can say that the camera cannot move left past the half width of the camera, right? So the camera is like 320, so divided by 2 should give us the maximum left coordinate on there. So let's just clamp that part to start with. Region. All right, so we're gonna use a region from wait, what is this thing? Yeah, that makes sense. Let's just pass in pixel values because I am that lazy. 002, it was like 432 by 731 maybe. 736, right? So 5 Control A. There we go. Finished a 3-year degree in computer science last summer. Congratulations, well done. It's been hard to get a job yet. 35, working with something else in my entire life. Do you have any tips for programming rookie to progress? The imposter syndrome, it will be there forever, right? I could go and work somewhere as a consultant today, and I'd feel this imposter syndrome, right? But that only lasts when you get employed. That only lasts for like it's like me. For some people, it's just a couple of weeks. For some people, it's like can go all the way up to like 3 months or whatever, right? But also note that the weight of the imposter syndrome decreases over time as well. So even if you're working somewhere and you feel imposter syndrome for 3 months, you don't feel it the same over the course of 3 months, right? Like it goes down, right? It raises its head a little bit, right? So the confidence thing is a real issue, right? I have that myself. I have had, and I've done this live, right? Well, but you're backwards, Marvin. I love you, but you're backwards now. No, I'm kidding, Marvin. But I've been doing this. I've been streaming since 2000, I think it was, like 2000, 2001, doing this. And streaming has had a negative impact on my confidence levels, right? It goes like up and down. So I had more confidence issues when doing streaming than I've had during like work, right? But the imposter syndrome is definitely there. When you start something, I think that's like, just use that to keep yourself sharp, right? LLMs have a negative impact on my confidence level. Oh, so I kind of summed this up, and I think I found a good way of looking at this yesterday, Marvin. And the way I will put this, all right, we'll draw this picture again, okay? And we'll say this one more time, right? So we have people who like to use AI in their programming journey, and then we have the no AI people, right? And I think you can. There's some very, very simple points around this, okay? If you like programming, you are in this bucket. You like programming because the programming journey is interesting to you. You get enjoyment from programming, solving problems. You get the brain dolphin release and the little fireworks in your brain, and you feel great about it and you love it, and programming's fun, right? Then you're in this box. If you never cared about programming in the first place, you're in this box, right? Your job is to provide solutions. You don't care about how you got those solutions. Then you live in this box, right? The problem is that people in this box are trying to force their ideas on people in this box, and the people in this box are trying to force their ideas on people in this box. But they are two different people. They shouldn't be compared. They shouldn't try to force their ideas on each other, right? Lemming programmers like to use LLMs to write code or Claude, whatever they use, right? They like to do that. They like the result. They like how fast it goes. And they keep telling the no AI programmers, do this, it's so much faster, it's so much better, right? But they are talking to the wrong person. And meanwhile, these programmers are telling these guys, but what you're doing is not even programming, right? You just outsourcing your thinking, right? And you're becoming worse at problem solving, and you're becoming worse as a programmer. If that's only relevant if this person wanted to be in this camp, but they don't, right? So the whole lemming programmer versus the no lemming programmer, right? It shouldn't be a comparison, right? They just keep these two boxes separate. The unfortunate reality is that managers are now doing this. Managers are forcing AI onto the no programmers, which means that they are ruining programming for the no AI programmers, right? That is it, right? But if I'm not in either, you are, Relax. My problem is actually not about wanting to use AI or not, but the fact that LLMs can do a part of my job rather well, ignoring if I use it or not. I had a big hit on my confidence level. It makes the whole endeavor feel less, I don't know, special. Okay, so I would attribute that to what you got from artisanal handcrafted code was extrinsic value, right? meaning your value as a programmer came from the outside, not from the inside, not from you, right? Okay, sorry, I'm gonna rant about this for a little bit, right? If you're watching this and you're starting to roll your eyes, just go and make yourself a cup of tea. This won't take that long, right? Make me one as well, right? Because mine is empty, right? If your happiness comes from the outside, being extrinsic happiness, if your value as a person comes from outside, then yes, you can look at this as a problem, right? But if we look at this from a sane point of view, right? You have not become a worse programmer because the lemming exists, right? Because someone can use Claude to do what you can do, or at least the guise of it, doesn't make you a worse programmer, right? I tried both and I say so much of the LLM code is wrong and broken. Yep. And the thing is, that leads us again to this, where the people in this bucket is telling the people in this bucket, but the code that this thing generates is shit, right? But there's a larger tolerance for bad code here, for bad code that is, listen to me, I am not done. That sentence was not done. It is a higher tolerance of incorrect code being produced because you can iterate faster. So the code can go from wrong, right. But if you're in this camp, the code is maybe like wrong, right. But if you are in this camp, you don't have any love for the AI programming, right? You don't want the AI programming because AI programming is taking the fun out of programming. It is making you into a manager, right? I would say that if you are in this camp, you don't like the programming aspect. That doesn't give you anything. So there's no reason why you should. If you're in this camp and someone tells you, you're not a real programmer, then you shouldn't care, right? You shouldn't care because your interest is getting to the finish line, right? That's what you're after, right? My skill is the same, but the fact that a machine can do it lessens my sense of accomplishment. Yes, but you are talking about extrinsic values, Marvin, right? Ideally, right, if I were to be as brazen as to say this to you, Marvin, ideally, the problem isn't AI versus non-AI. The problem is how you find your personal value, right? You're looking at the AI as a problem, but the problem exists somewhere completely different in your life, right? That, again, I am being very presumptuous saying these things, and you are absolutely within your right to just go, whatever, nerd, you're wrong. It would appear to me as if you're looking at your personal value from the outside instead of the inside, right? You are looking in the wrong place, right? It's like, find happiness with yourself, then join the gym, not the other way around, okay? So find happiness in programming if that was there, right? Rekindle that happiness, enjoy that, and ignore the AI generated code, right? Because the code that you produce and the value that it adds should be for you predominantly. Yes, it's great to build an open source library. 300 people love it, use it, and be like, you're the man, right? Marvin, you're the man. But that's not going to lead to happiness. That's going to lead to a large group of entitled people demanding your time, right? So that's not good. Why do we need to be one or the other camp? Kind of silly. But you are, Rebel, right? It's not silly. If you think it's silly, then you just disagree with me or you don't understand it, right? It is one way or the other for the purpose of these two do not understand each other, right? These two groups are talking to each other as if they were one group, but they are not one group, right? And that's why you have all this friction. But the lemming can do it. Why don't you have the lemming do it, says this group, right? Whereas this group go, why would I? I like programming. Why would I let the lemming do it, right? There's a disconnect, right? So of course there are two groups, right? There are probably several different groups, but there are two groups in this conversation. Being able to buy a chair doesn't lessen the accomplishment of building one. Exactly, right? I am a terrible carpenter. I have built a unit for my child, a TV unit, and I absolutely love that I've done it. I feel a sense of accomplishment, and I'm really happy I did it. You can spend less money and get a less crooked unit from IKEA, okay? If my job was only to solve the unit problem, then that's what I would have done. But I have very little interest in end products. I have all my interest vested in the journey, right? It's not, if you're in a hurry somewhere, then just die, okay? Because that's the final destination in life, right? If you're not gonna enjoy anything, you're just gonna go from one place to another. And on your way from A to B, you're thinking about how to get to C, right? You are never gonna enjoy anything else. Then the only thing you did in life is you were born and then you rushed till you died. That's all that happened, right? You were born and you hurried up and died, right? That is too depressing, okay? You can go for a walk without needing to go anywhere, right? You don't need a destination. Eventually, you should probably end up home again, right? You can write code without making a business or solving a problem, right? You can build furniture being a terrible craftsman, right? Even though you can buy the furniture. You can do all these things that you are not the best person in the world doing, right? And they should have value to you, right? Your value as a human does not come from the outside, right? You are not defined by your job, by your possessions, by whatever attributes other people will attribute to you. That is not the definition of you, right? You are a small lumbering sausage. I should probably stop this now, right? With art, seeing bad drawing from a 5-year-old is more interesting than anything AI does. Of course, if I lift 200 kilos in the gym, that's impressive. If a forklift lifts 200 kilo, that's underusing the forklift. Right? If a friend new to programming makes a broken game versus ask AI to do it, I'm gonna love the game more than the yeah, of course, because we are humans. That when we like human-made things, right? You are impressed once by an algorithm that can output something, but that being impressed by that doesn't last very long. But if you have a friend who's really good at drawing, right, you're gonna love their drawings, right? I've been watching this guy draw on YouTube. Let me see if I can find him, right? Recently, he draws dungeon drawing and inking. Maybe maybe they'll lead somewhere, right? Okay, apparently there's a lot of these things, but this guy did this like series where he's drawing and inking some these dungeon things. I mean, there's loads of it here, clearly, but it's really fascinating to see him do this thing. And I have some interest in learning how to do this stuff, right? So I'm looking at this thing and they'd be like, wow, okay, what can I learn from this thing, right? If a robot does it, like Stable Diffusion generates a dungeon, then I have no interest in that whatsoever, right? Like, I'm not going to care about that, right? I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to admire it. I'm not going to wonder about the line work. I'm not going to wonder about the journey this person took. How did you become this good at drawing, right? Someone in chat earlier asked me, maybe it was user release, right? Asked me, how long have I been a programmer, right? No one's going to ask ChatGPT, how long have you been cosplaying as a programmer, right? No one's going to ask ChatGPT that, right? Because nobody cares, right? It's a tool that solves a problem for some people. Real-world problem solvers use whatever good tools there are and don't rot in stigma or dogma. Okay. What's the real world problem that you have to solve, Rebel? Let's start there, right? What is the real world problem that you have to solve where you feel like what I'm saying is some kind of friction point? What if you're just surviving the entire time and not enjoying anything? Somebody has to put up a roof up. I have no idea what you're talking about, Velux. But if you're surviving the entire time, then you're doing something different, right? Lemming, no, I didn't. Classic movies. I think there's a channel on our Discord called Lemming Trauma, which is where people have posted funny experiences with LLMs. I think it was Museum that first used the term lemming in conversation. This escalated quickly. Sure did. AI can also be a tool to give guidelines for developments and solving bugs, sure. The existence of the sewing machine makes you no less of a tailor. That's how I view it. Yeah, absolutely. But you have people who will do woodworking with only hand tools. You have people who do woodworking with machines, right? There is now AI woodworking machines. That doesn't make you more or less of a woodworker if that's what you do, right? It just means this is orthogonal to your existence, right? It just means that something somewhere can be created at a faster pace than it could before. Whether that's relevant to you or not is a different story, right? Talking about people who program to make money and take care of the family, pay bills, etc., right? Right. So, but that is exactly what I'm saying, right? I'm saying that there are managers out there that are forcing this group into this group, right? There are people out there who will take good programmers and say, you have to use this tooling now, right? We're going to shoehorn you into this group, whether you want to or not, right? And that is wrong, right? That is absolutely wrong. And it's sad that we are accepting this, right? There should be more pushback, right? Professional programming will be largely descaled for sure, though, whether you like it or not. This is kind of missing the point a little bit, right? If all you do is exist for money, if that's all you do, right? So if your existence is to make a bunch of money, and that's what you're doing, then don't be a programmer. Go into start a hedge fund from your dad's £6 million, right? Or get into investment banking or whatever. Right? There are easier things to get into than programming if money is your main motivator, right? But if money isn't your main motivator, and for me it isn't, right? I don't live to work, right? I do things that I find joy from, right? I have set up my life in such a way that I can now do what I'm passionate about, right? So if all you do is just grind for money, then you are then you are not part of the conversation, right? Then we are somewhere else, okay? If this is you, okay, and you look like this, then you need surgery. Okay, you shouldn't be looking like this, right? If all you do is work and earn money and that's what you do, and your value is the money that you make, your value is the things that you have, then well, that's it. If you live like that, then you get shoehorned into this box, then so be it, right? But there's no one forcing you to be in this box when you're programming at home, right? There's no one saying, oh, you have to use AI now. I mean, maybe someone is, but you don't have to listen to them, right? If your boss tells you to do something and they say you have to use AI, then so be it, right? I think people should push back on that because they might not be in that box, but it's a different story, right? You're not being at work because you're being paid to have fun, right? Not necessarily. Maybe that was the case, right? But still, what you do for fun, what you do that brings value to you, still leaves this as two compartments, right? Are you going to enjoy programming the way you've done it, regardless of what is out there or not? That is up to you, right? Not programming hasn't changed, right? Programming is still the same thing. It's still problem solving, still some form of output, some form of input, right? It's still instructing the computer to do something, right? Whether you like, I feel like most people who are arguing against me in chat right now, they're only doing so from the perspective of work, right? They're like, but this is not, you can do this faster and it makes money. But then you're equating programming to money, okay? If that's your happiness, then put yourself in whatever box you need to exist. But you are not talking about what I would define as happiness, right? The H word. A lot of employers are requiring it, but I get your point. Yeah. But that is the thing, right? You can't just go, oh, damn it, Carl. You can't say programming isn't, well, you can say whatever you want, right? But if you go, programming isn't fun anymore because I have to use AI. No one's forcing you to use AI, right? Maybe they do so at work, but then program the way you want at home, right? There's no one forcing you to use AI at home, right? And if you need to justify using AI, then don't. Just accept that you're in that box and be done with it, right? You never liked programming in the first place. It's as simple as that, right? You were never interested in being a programmer in the first place. You just wanted to get the results of, right? If you think that what I'm saying is not true, then put the AI away, put the lemming away when you're at home and start programming without it then, all right? It is that simple, right? More importantly, all right, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your tea. We're going to get on with programming. So yeah, there we go. Okay, so the idea is to lock the camera so it cannot move past the left axis of this world, this game world that we have, right? So let's make sure that's possible, right? Let's make sure that isn't possible. And we can just hard code this thing. So let's see where we are in distance wise. I like programming, love learning and bashing the code, but to be honest, if I couldn't use AI, I would be so unproductive in my work. I think, but you gotta get the work part out of this conversation, okay? Like, work does not equate to fun for most people, right? Sorry, I should have finished reading your sentence before I replied, right? So I'm productive in my work. I think I couldn't compete for long with someone extensive learning capabilities of Codex Opus, for example, right? Well, again, I will deduce from that comment, Rebel, and correct me if I'm wrong, but again, it sounds like people are attributing their personal value to work, to money, to what they can produce, okay? That shouldn't be what defines you, okay? So if you like programming and you love learning, then do program and do learn outside of work. You do what you do at work because you are instructed by your manager to do so, right? That's one thing, okay? But what you do outside of work has nothing to do with anyone but you, right? Your manager's not going to follow you home and be like, you better use ChatGPT for this problem, mate. All right? It's not capitalism. You can still work and make money. Okay, right. I feel like I have to make bullet points now, okay? Because I'm losing my marbles a little bit, right? One, if you want to make money, there are more profitable avenues than programming. I think a lot of you got into programming because it was fun, and now that part is being closed down because of how AI is being introduced to it. So I get that. But that just means the work is not fun, okay? Work is work. Work is no longer fun, okay? That is a situation. It's up to you to figure your life out. If you're unhappy with work, then find a way around that, right? Either find a new job or try to find a new job or try to find joy in work or be a misery chaser and just sit down and go like, no, everything's terrible, right? And I'm sure you can find groups of people who just, but yeah, it's all terrible, right? And you can be miserable together until you're gray, okay? But okay. And then I'm telling you the sky is a certain color, Rebel, but you're insisting that you disagree with that, right? I'm saying that 1 + 1 is 2, and you're disagreeing with that, right? I can't if I do like, okay, so this thing is not round, okay, and over here we have another thing that is not round, and you're disagreeing with that, right? And you're like, no, I don't agree with this thing, all right? It was a mechanism for a conversation. It wasn't an empirical fact or anything like that. I'm using this as a thing to talk about something, and you're disagreeing with that, right? You're disagreeing with the fact that they are not circles, right? When I started programming, I opened the Turbo C help and read the C library function and test each example. You're testing. All right. Demon spawn. Okay. Hello, Bonin. How you doing? Everything is terrible. Sounds like me, pain and suffering. I have a ride. Yes, you will find your misery chaser. The thing is, I am not here to solve you you guys' misery, right? If you are a misery chaser, then stay a misery chaser, right? That's up to you, right? Ideally, you don't spread your misery around, okay? Like you keep it to yourself because you are not adding anything of value by doing that. But I can't stop people from being there, right? People are gonna be they're gonna do whatever they want to do, right? They think that it is more important that people see and agree with their worldview, which is fucking terrible, by the way. So it's not like, let me bring you up. Instead, it's like, no, everything is terrible. Let me bring you down instead. Like that's what you want, right? You want the misery. You want everything to be terrible because then you can sit there in your corner and blame everyone else for everything that is wrong in the world instead of doing anything by yourself, instead of taking any responsibility for yourself and what you should do, right? That's how it is, right? Oh my God, have you seen that? The conversation ended. Well then, we better go and do something with the maps, right? No. Writing Haskell as a hobby makes you happier as a person. See, this is a misery chaser trying in disguise, trying to tell you about happiness when in fact they're trying to bring you down to the Haskell swamps of okay? I go work at a bunny shelter or a tea shop or something. Yeah. I mean, honestly, I have thought about this, right? I thought about opening a place here, a makerspace, right? I thought about doing that instead, right? Maybe I want to do that instead. I took a break from programming for a while because I didn't enjoy it, but I found the joy in programming again, right? And this isn't permanent. It comes and it goes, right? But it is not up to anyone but you to find the happiness and the joy in your life, right? It's not your manager's problem that you don't like lemming programming. If you don't like it, then tell them. But in the end, it's going to be whoever pays your salary that has the final say in it, right? That's just how it is. So if you go like, I could have been happy doing this thing, but I'm doing that thing instead, bitch, go and do something else then, right? It's not like the world is closed off for you. You're now a programmer and that's it, right? I changed what I went from being a consultant to being a Twitch streamer, right? At the age of 950, it has grown again, right? Well, if there's no such thing as happiness, there is Felix. I experience it on a daily basis. I'm very content with my life, right? I am suffering from some bullshit that I have been suffering from since December. Every freaking day, I have to go to this stupid rehab thing once every other week to deal with this bullshit. And I still feel like I am happier today than when I was younger. I had a motorbike. I had a bunch of money. I lived in a posh place in London. I had all the things. I did all the things. I had my own business and it wasn't failing. I am still happier today having the issues that I have than I was then, right? Happiness isn't some like thing that someone else is supposed to give you. It is something that you find, okay? And if you stop looking, if you go, everything is terrible everywhere, the news are terrible, everything is terrible, my friends are terrible, my work is terrible, then you are chasing it, right? And as harsh as this is, it's your problem. It's your fault, right? It is your problem because you're the only one who's responsible for you, okay? I mean, sure, if someone comes up to you and punches you in the face, it's going to make you unhappy. It's going to make me unhappy, right? And if someone goes, well, look, babe, you're responsible for your own happiness, right? I mean, if you are an idiot, then maybe I have to highlight these things for you, but I assume that you're not, right? Almost Teo. He don't look a day over 354. Damn it. True, streaming is the hardest job out of them all. I think streaming is a lot harder than people think, but I will also tell you that streaming is a lot easier than people think, right? All you do is turn on a camera and a microphone and you talk to people about whatever the fuck comes into your brain, right? Hopefully it makes some sense. Most of the time it doesn't, right? But you're also constantly exposed to other people's thoughts and ideas about what you should do. You're always criticized whatever you do. There's always some asshole out there telling you how wrong you are, which is why my confidence level just dropped to start as a streamer, right? But again, it's just part of it, right? It's just how it is, right? It's just how it is. Okay, so here we go, right? Here we have to look at the position, right? We have to fix the target position. So the target target has to be clamped within the max and min plus half the size, right? If you're not a native English speaker, delegation of task, do I sound fucking British to you? Do I got Earl Grey coming out of my nose? What are you talking about, mate? Right? I'm not English, right? I'm from somewhere else. I'm one of them foreigners. I once had a woman in the tube tell me, you should go back to where you came from, man. That was probably like the most foreign I've ever felt, right? AI would not rant that long. So you haven't used AI? Posh Live gets boring after a while. Humans are social animals and mostly on. You know, you're absolutely right, Rebel. And you can actually make that even more generic. Give a person exactly what they ask for, and it's not going to be long until they ask for something else, right? Because otherwise, you think that the first pay raise anyone got, they'll stop asking, right? And as someone who has done the wage game, no, you don't stop asking, right? But what do you do when someone gives you a pay raise? You ask for more, right? You ask for more. I am a Nigerian prince, but I'm still waiting to park all my money, Tanaka, right? Mordor. I am not in Sweden. What is a posh life? You know what, Bonan? Soon I will give you what you want, right? But the thing is, I believe in some of you mystery chasers out there. I believe that you can change, okay? I genuinely believe that you can change. All right, so let's just log the target position, or the position that we're supposed to update here, okay? So we should probably like debug this thing instead. But let's see what is actually happening now, all right? When we jump over here, right? So we can see that we are ending up, that's going to be in world coordinate space, isn't it? All right. Okay. He died. He died. Do we start off moving the camera? We do not. Okay. So we kind of have to start the camera not at the player then, right? Oh yeah. Okay, I'll show you guys the gameplay here, okay? We have sound effects, we have animations, we have difficulty. All right, hang on, let's see if I can make this jump. Oh, there we go, right? We have additional like jump thingies. Fuck. And we have life counters as well. He died. And it's game over. There is his death carcass lying over the spikes, right? Okay, so where should we place the camera to start with if we're gonna do this? No, we don't have to do that. Okay, so can we clamp this position maybe? So if the position X value is less than or equal to self.region.start, let's do this, plus screen.width divided by 2. There we go, right? I think this is it, right? So if it is less than this, then we can say that we have a min X instead, right? Which is this. If it's less than min X, then position X is equal to min X. There we go. That means the position has to be mutable if this is going to work, right? You can't find a Steam page for my game. Oh, I'm so sorry. Sorry to hear that. Let's do the max X. That is the end minus the width, okay? And then we're going to do the same thing for the Y axis as well, right? So Y, height, and height. Is that right? So, okay, we just say position dot X is equal to the min X value or the max of max x, like that. Okay, and then y. No, we can't do that. Okay, because the stupid x in max, right? Okay, I have no idea if this makes sense, right? That was not right. We could. Oh, that's not a bad idea, Rebel. Why are you not more focused on that, right? Why is your life so full of friction when you have really good ideas, right? You have this fucked up negative side that you seem to nurture. And then you have these really good ideas, right? The spell casting thing you talked about a long time ago. Really interesting idea. Making double jump cost a life. Really good idea. Why are you not nurturing that side of yourself more, right? You are freaking great when you want to be, right? I don't get it. I don't get it. You are great. Just be great. Ah, that should be min, okay? That's why. Okay. Fuck! Yeah, making double jump cost health is really good because then you can double jump out of a difficult situation and you have to plan around it, right? That is a really good idea. All right. Apparently, this is not the way I should be doing this. So we're gonna put some debug stuff in here, okay? We're gonna put some debug stuff in there. No one is watching on YouTube. I am so sad. Okay, so let's get the text back in again. Where's text? Debug text, draw text, and then we're gonna pass in the debug text into there, right? Fiddlesticks. No, hang on. That's already a mutable reference, you ghoul. All right, so let's put our. What is it that we need to know? We need to know what the target is. Okay. What is the position before? What is the position after? So original position is the position. So now we can look at both of these things, right? State is dying. Am I dead or am I dying? Yes. That is right. Let's just say text.set format. What do we need in here? Right? We need to have the original position. We need to have the updated position. And we need to know. Actually, what if we don't do this and we just say what's the min and max, right? We can make a new line, right? So min x and max x. Okay, there we go. Right. So hopefully fiddlesticks. Missing text, debug text. Yeah, so we haven't created that one. Great. That's great. Init. Where is the debug text? Okay. So we're gonna tell debug to create text called debug text. Can we do that? What do we need to pass in? We need to pass in assets and a font ID. So assets and font resource ID default. I think that's it, right? What do you want? Oh, a name and a text, right? So the text can just be empty. We don't care about that. Okay, what about this then, right? Why not debugger breakpoints? Is this also over the low? No, I have lots of debuggers and breakpoints. We spent, I don't know how long we just spent debugging and doing breakpoint, but oh, Danaka, there's the glitch, right? Where's mouse? Wake up. Wait, is that on? Am I on? There we go, right? We need to move the text. It's in a stupid place. So let text equals text dot position. No, text dot transform. Dot position is equal to. We can set the. Well, it would be absolutely be a pain, and the moment you hit a breakpoint, your time delta is not gonna make sense anymore because it will be like seconds since the last frame, right? Position X is equal to negative screen dot width divided by 2, and the Y value is positive. That is not how you spell width. Height divided by 2, and also that means you don't need that. Okay, cool. Right. They are useful. Have a good day. All right. They are useful, and you too have a good day. Unrelated, though, right? Okay, so the hearts are kind of in the way of the camera information. So why don't we? Okay, we can move the hearts, right? Where is the hearts? There is some kind of position there. Live. Okay, so let's add 32 pixels to that. So we should be able to wait. Where did I put that? You know, it doesn't matter if we don't see the hearts, right? The important thing is that we see the new position. Right? Although arguably it's a little bit difficult to see the. Maybe if we make the text red. Can we make the text red? Let text. Sure. Apparently. Where's the debug text? Here. Is this possible? It probably gets uploaded with the transform data. Okay, there we go. That's kind of unpleasant and very, very red. The game over sound is a tad loud, isn't it? I think that we have just. I think I can probably reduce the sound levels over there instead, right? Because I have checked the levels. So we're gonna go negative. Let's go 16.9 there. Okay, there we go. More daka daka, right? Okay. Okay. So what is the bottom left corner of the map? 195. Okay, so I need to make some more tea shortly, but let's have a look at the camera controller again. What is the position? What is the min X value? And let's just go with that, right? I should probably highlight what is min X as well, right? No, wait, I am doing this. Why am I not seeing this? Why am I not seeing the min X and the max X there? I only see new position. Wait, I'm looking at the wrong thing, aren't I? Oh, fiddlesticks. Wait, we have debug and the mask. Where does debug come from? Text, debug text. Okay, so what do I... Oh, yeah. We can't do that. We can't. We're resetting the text, damn it. That's why. Stupid thing. All right. There we go. There we go. There we go. Okay, let's see what the bottom left corner looks like now. Okay, the min X is 160, and that is negative 160 on the original one. Okay, that doesn't seem right. So let's find the min X value there. That is the screen width divided by 2. Wait, was that negative? No. 160. So if we add that to, no, that's not gonna make sense, right? Is that okay? Will that prevent the camera? No, that puts the camera all the way over there. That is not right. And I'm assuming that is not like negative either. That can't be right because that's basically where we end up. Yeah, so we need to do what? We need to say, okay, what if we said 0 on that thing? Whoops. Okay, all right, hang on. Get back. Damn it, stop dying so soon. He starts off dead as well. Okay, so that has put us at 0. What if we were to that start X should be 0, so that is fine. That is putting it at 160. That can't be right either. Yes, Tanaka, that's a good idea. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Yeah, they are, Rebel. I'm just making this so that the camera is not supposed to be able to move past the wall here. So the camera shouldn't be able to move past this wall. But I don't know where that is. The camera sees the entire screen size. So the bottom left corner of the cam, that should be 0, 0, or 0 is the middle. So it's the map width divided by 2, and then the screen width divided by 2, right? So we need both of them to position the camera correctly. And we have the width already. So we have to say that it's 0 plus... Okay, let's just put in an arbitrary value here of 40. Just because I want to see that I'm in the right... I could add a collision to the camera, but I don't have one. Damn it, I ended up in the wall again. Maybe I shouldn't have made the wall a death plane. Okay, so that's 40. Let's go with negative 40 then. Okay, so negative 40 almost made sense, right? So we should not be able to go... The game's too hard, right? Okay, so where does 40 fit into this thing, right? If we do, I guess 72 in that case, right? It's gonna be the correct value here. No, it's gonna be 40, 56 is the right value here. And let's figure out why that works now. So this is gonna be correct. Yeah, so the camera should not be able to go past negative 56. Why is it 56? Okay, so if we take our 320 by 16, that's 20. That was dumb. That's not what I was looking for. I was looking for 320 by 56. That is 5. That also means nothing. Why is 56 the value here? Okay, what is 56 times 2 then? $112. That's 124. 224. Okay, 224. No, that is also not right. Damn. No, we have to figure out why 56 makes sense. Why is 56 the right thing? We're gonna do this as well, though. We're gonna do a min value on the positive side, so that can't be positive 56, right? So does it mean that we can't move past the wall here? It does. Why is it 56? Right? Okay, let's look at the y value as well. So these are guff, right? You can't do this. Okay. Let's say y is going to be a y. And let's just fall to our death. That is definitely not right. 432 divided by 56. Is that a 432 divided by 56? Is that a meaningful value? That's 7. Why would that make sense? No. Why would I think that's a thing? There is a value between the camera and the map size that makes sense. I just don't know what it is yet. But the Y value is vastly different. So what is 736 divided by 432? Apparently that's 1. So about 2. Let's actually do this. So 736 divided by 432. So 0.6. Oh my god. Okay, so if we multiply this by 1.6, no, where was it? By 0.16. 17, right? What's that gonna look like now? Whoop. That is not the bottom though, so that was not right. That is definitely not right. Okay, let's find the actual number then, right? Let's go with 100 here for the... it's the min value. Yeah, let's go with that. The camera is 320 by 200, I think. Okay, so that is definitely not right. So let's go with 100 then. Ish. 100-ish. Okay, it needs to be more than that. What about 200? Oh, stupid thing. Nope, still not right. The max value is gonna be that. Okay, let's go with 300. I think something is very wrong now. No, it did move. 300 then. Mm, 250. That's not 250. Let's go with 264 then. Just so we can find what we're looking for roughly. Okay, that is almost right. And what's the positive values? Probably the just 264 here, right? Okay, but we have no means of getting there, so let's cheat by adding like friendly platforms all the way up, right? Whoops. Okay. Okay, so now the camera cannot move past the edge no matter how we want to move it. And we get to the top. Oh my god, I'm so good at this game all of a sudden. Oh shit, there's a death plane there. Ah, okay. One more IDDQD in here. Let's just erase the death plane. I don't think that level design is suffering too much from being done dirty by my magical updates, right? I can't cheat. No, you knew that wasn't gonna work. We can at least have a jump counter at some point, right? Oh, there we go. And we can't go past that.
Giacomo,
Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. How you doing? How you doing? Hope you had a good
viewers.
stream. We are doing terribly well over here, as you can see. Win. Okay. I should just embrace the snow on the letters and paint that in, right? Doing great. Happy to hear it. Happy to hear it. Okay, so what is 264 times 2? That is 528. Is 528 anywhere near here, right? It would be quite hairy. It's a lot nicer to have this this imaginary box around the camera. So when the player moves outside of the box will transfer to where the player is. That diagram made a lot of sense, right? But I need to figure out these numbers, right? Where does these wild numbers come from? Okay, if we look at our map, it is our okay. Let's start by looking at what we have. Okay, so screen size. Screen size is 320 by 200. Okay, so screen is 320 by 200. The level is equal to that of 0 to 4. I think it's 432 times 736. Is that it? Okay, let's just zoom out. 736 432. 736 432. Yep. The transition to other positions seems distracting the flow a bit. I think when the camera just follows, it gets really jerky, right? It has nothing to do with the sprite size, though, GameDev. Now we're placing them using this one. So there's gotta be a correlation between these two numbers, right? So let's open up good old Fend. Okay, so 320 divided by 2, so it's 160. That's roughly, so that's like half the camera viewport, right? On the left side. And then we have the 432 divided by 2 is 216. So what's 216 minus 160 is 56. I think that's it. Whoops. Yeah, let's stop it. There we go. Right. Okay, so it's gonna be half the level with half the viewport. That makes sense, right? Well, is this true over here then, right? Let's just verify that. Let's go back into here, right? So we do 200 divided by 2. We definitely need to type that out. Sorry, divided by 100. Divided by 2 is 100. And then my brain just filled in the answer instead. And then we have 736 divided by 2. So that is 268, which is correct. Whoops, the mouse is doing things. Tanaka, have you noticed that is your mouse doing some like fuckery? I don't know. Mine seems to do sometimes, right? So the min value is going to be the region start X. No, it isn't. It's going to be the region size or level size is self.region.size. Okay. Yeah. Like sometimes the mouse, it's like it's lagging. It goes to sleep or something. It doesn't quite wake back up again, right? I don't know what tomfoolery it's up to, right? So we're going to have the maximum X is equal to, or rather X is equal to level size width divided by 2 minus the screen width divided by 2. And then the position X here, and we're going to just do this. That is maximum negative X, and then here's minimum X. And we do the same thing for Y. We're changing the width. We're changing the width to height, and that becomes Y. No, that does not become Y. That becomes Y. Whoops. Okay, so we can now correct for this. We don't need that anymore. We can leave that comment in there. We should probably change the region to be level size, which is a size instead. And then we do the clamping. And then we set the position. Okay, so now we just have to pass in a level size here. All right, we don't need this beautiful math anymore, right? We can just say self. Whoops, apparently we couldn't. The level size, and then this is a size new. Whoops, I'm missing a bracket. Parentheses. There we go, right? I tried to add new batteries. Okay, that's not right. Now it just means you can't see the bottom. Okay, so the Y value is wrong. That is definitely not right. Okay, so that was not right. What did I do wrong here? Is the X value working though? X value seemed to be working. All right, let's try again. Oh wow, what a jump that was. Yeah, X value is working. Y value is not. Okay, so there's something wrong with how I computed the Y value. Oh, right. Yeah, no one saw that. Okay, let's go up. Let's climb, baby, climb. But you cannot climb past the roof. All right. Yeah. Okay. And let's jump down into the right corner and end our miserable existence. Yes. And then the left corner. Well, I guess we could try the left top corner first, right? Yeah. And then fall to the left, right, the left corner. This is fine now. Oh my goodness. Okay. I have new batteries here. Should it be that? So I thought that was the case. So I replaced the batteries, but it did it again with the new batteries. So I imagine that wasn't the case, right? Okay. So the camera is now clamped. Let's see what. So we are drawing the background. Okay, restarted the game on game over. Right. Let's do that. But yeah, what we could do is we could push game over. Where do we do the game over thing? Right. If we do push the game over. Okay, so in the game over screen, all we have to do on our update function is we have to say if input dot or if let some pad equals input dot gamepads dot next, if pad dot pressed is pressed button south. All right, so that means that you're pressing just pressed. No. Is down. What are you? Oh, you're a tuple, you ghoul. All right, listen. Okay, listen. Hey, listen. We got this, right? Pressed, maybe. Is pressed. What do you call that, you bastard? So it's not is down, it's not is pressed. Damn it, I don't want to have to read, but okay. Just pressed, but it's not. We're not looking for just pressed either. Well, we can go with just pressed for now then. But really, that's, oh my god. Shh, 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 shh. It's fine. It's fine. I see it. But just pressed is not all. Well, I want to do a different one. No, an update is fine. So we're going to return scene action pop. And we're going to do the same thing. Here we're going to say if input dot there we go, right? So we'll do the same thing for the win screen. Really, they should be more or less the same thing. But now, when we die, we should be able to restart the game by pressing X. We just have to die a bunch of times before we can see this. And X. Shit. Okay. Why does that not work? Because we're not resetting the game. Tile scene. So we push the game over scene here. But we also have to say self.player.lives is back to 3. We have to reset the atlas. Where does the atlas come in? There we go. Okay, so we can do this then. And I think maybe, I mean, I want to get my hearts back though, right? Where are my hearts? My hearts. Da 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 da. Hearts. They have an offset that's making them invisibles. Okay. Why are they still not visible? That's the wrong one. That should be 0. There we go. All right, now we can see our hearts. Wow. We're gonna fix the camera. Okay. Right, index out of bounds. Damn it. 165. Player lives. Oh yeah, it's because we removed the sprites. Okay. Okay, let's not do that then. Let's do... I thought we could like enable and disable sprites. What is this on then? That's a layer. Shape on it. So sprites cannot be disabled. Maybe they should be. All right. Okay. You guys, you ghouls, you beautiful ghouls. Right, so we need to... Okay, we can't take the sprites out. That means do we have to add them back in? So reset. Okay, then. What am I looking at that for, right? Do I want to be able to disable a sprite or not? If we're going to disable a sprite, it means that we don't upload it to the GPU. No, I don't want that, right? I don't want to upload the sprite if it is disabled. So instead, we should just move the sprite somewhere else, right? Could we shift it to another layer? You know what? I don't thought about that. Okay, we need to, we don't need to do anything. We need to make a quick job out of this thing, right? So here we remove the sprite, and I think reset is not the same as restart though, right? Yeah. All right. Well, I just said it, didn't I? Restart is probably what we want to call, right? Reset it. So we can just find restart here. And then here we shall call reset it. Okay, so that we're just going to go back to calling that reset. Now, beautiful. Okay, so resetting, we're gonna let this do all the work by like recreating the sprites and stuff. And again, sprites are just like regions into a texture, so it's not like we're re-uploading the texture or anything stupid like that, right? Okay, so that's on the tile set. So our init function, where's the UI? Can we just do self.restart then? But you are getting no argument from me, and you're not getting that either. Now, shape. It was reset that we were supposed to mess with. There we go. All right, so that one gets no atlas. And no atlas for you. So that means that the atlas has to be in there now because we do not want to take ownership of that. Okay, so in our reset function, we're going to set up the UI. We have the atlas, we have the region, we have the heart, which I'm going to call it. The UI offset, got the player bullshit there. Where do we set the lives? I don't know, but it doesn't matter. So we're just going to do yes, this part goes into, so self.reset. Can we do this? And then inside the reset, we're gonna do this. And then we need to get the atlas. No, we created the sprite already. No, we don't. Okay, so let's get the atlas from there. Atlas. This one gives us the atlas. We don't care about this now. Actually, that one does not matter. The atlas is just the UI atlas, so we can just do that. So the atlas is equal to UI. How do we get hold of the UI though, right? We already have the UI here, so we need to stop using that. Can we ask for a scene layer in here? Is that a good idea? Maybe. Probably not allowed. Oh yeah, we don't have a scene in there. Well, then we might as well pass in the UI layer then, you dummy. Okay. And then assets as well, right? And that is asset manager of some lifetime. Whoopsie. Those buttons are way too close to each other. No, we've created this already. Okay, there we go. So we need to do that, and then we pass in atlas and assets like so. So okay, so it's not the layer that we pass in, it's the atlas that we pass in. Is that okay? And now we have to get the atlas that we're passing in. It's going to be self.atlas UI. Is that a thing? Oh, right. Silly bee. Okay, there's no UI in the init. Can I find you? Oh, yeah, we haven't done that yet. Okay, whoopsie. Eight kinds of silly, and then we have to get the atlas when we do this. Oh no, we have that. Okay, back to doing this again. Okay, atlas assets. There we go. So we can recreate that. What a chore. Where is the player lives? Okay, so self.player.lives is 3. A self.player.live sprites is empty. Okay, let's see if this works. Damn it, missing Atlas UI. Almost there. Okay, so what do we call that in the init function? We create an atlas that is apparently not. Yeah, it's called UI. And that fails here. How? How? Oh, we call reset twice. No, that's not gonna happen. Okay, we get. We call resets before the atlas were done, right? That's invalid. That is a sign of an invalid key of some kind or other. That means that we are using, which one are we using? So we create all of this. We set up that one. That's false. That's idle. We're not calling update on anything. So which one of these is causing it then, right? Maybe it's the collider. Yeah. So we need to have the collider before we can do that. Actually, I guess we don't really have to have the collider before we do this, but we should maybe have. Where do we create the player collider? Maybe we don't do that there then. Okay. But that means it's going to start in the wrong place, right? Welcome, YouTube viewers. Aren't you wonderful? I mean, I don't know. I assume so. All right. We don't care about that. Well, I'm going to leave that in because that's a reference. And how to do the tile map thing. Right. Hang on. Doop-de-doop-de-doo. Ah, my parcel is out for delivery. Are you happy? I am. Maybe. Do you think he'd be happy about that? Do you think that the mailman would appreciate if I jump out of it's UPS though, so it's not the mailman. Okay, what was I missing? Yeah, so we have to reset the collider when we do this. So where are we setting up the player collider? I said this is for Tanaka, mate, and I just slapped them. Set the vehicle on fire. Should I do that before or after I get my stuff though, right? Do we have the collider set up here? Yeah. Okay. So what if we do the reset afterwards? Right? So we do all of this level, collision, and all that, right? That should be it, right? We call reset. And yes, that's working. Right, this is okay. No, he came back. But there was something that hasn't been reset first. Right? UPS delivery guys are awful. I don't know. They were the last one that came to deliver something. Is that could you help me with this thing because it was so heavy? But the UPS has been good. There are things that are a lot worse than UPS though, right? Okay, so reset should set the lives to 3. The sprites clear. Idle state. Okay, we need to reset the animation, right? So self.player.animation.reset. I think, or how do we deal with this one? How do we like? We can change state into that might work, right? Change state. And that's going to be self.player.state. And is it assets do we pass in? Yeah. Right, we need to fix the camera start position, right? But okay, let's see now. Okay, so we're not resetting the collision. Right, there it is. The collider. The collider must not collide. All right, then. Okay, one more try. Then we'll fix the camera bug, and then we'll add the background. All right. We probably should eat the input. Oh, we can't. But you can restart now. And that's pretty glorious. Okay, so we have we're gonna change the where's the init here? We're gonna tell the scene to have a clear, is it set clear color to black? Right, now the game should be a little bit less gross. It's still gross, but if we were to full screen it, I mean, alright, if we have the bars though, I probably need to do something about the bars, but it is a little bit better now, right? We need a maximum fall velocity as well. What? Okay, so draw background, restart. Okay, so this is done. Draw the background. Well, maybe. Okay. And then we need a max fall velocity. Are we printing anything to screen in debug text? I don't think so. All right, and then camera init bug or init placement. Let's go with that, right? So that one should be easy enough to fix. The camera, we have like an update on the camera, right? Or a move to or something like that, right? Update, teleport. We're gonna teleport the camera, but then we also have to call update position, right? So when we teleport, we do self.target. No, we do self.update position. All right, the text can go away from here. Oops, from here. And then, oh, right, update position. Does the update position only work if, yeah, we could just force update the position. Because right now, this will not work. It did work. Okay, well then, never mind. We're good. Maybe because we do this before we've done anything with that. Okay, that's cool enough. Never mind, it's working. So that's done. That was fast. And let's get the vertical velocity that we keep adding to, right? So let's print out what the self.player vertical velocity actually is as we fall to our death from high above the world. Whoops. Okay, we should be able to see what the max value was there. No, -9. Okay, so we'll say if try... no, that's actually what we wanna see. If try move by, so that's the one we'll see, right? If try move by y is less than 0, then print out try move by. Okay. All right, so we want to see what the smallest value is here. All right, this is fine enough. -9. Okay, so what if we clamp that at something like 7, right? Try move by y clamp. No, we're not going to clamp. If it's less than, well, we could just do this, right? Less than 7, then try move by y is equal to 7, right? I think this will prevent the player from moving. -7. Gravity took him. I didn't Scotty today. I did is fine there. All right. No, he still managed to, right? Okay, let's go with const max fall is equal to 2, right? -2. So if it's less than max fall, then we reset it to max fall. All right, let's see that. Okay, that's better. All right, let's go with 4 maybe then, right? All right, let's try from the top. I mean, this game is so good. All right. Fuck! I survived. Okay, I think that's fine. That's fine for this. Very Lord Runner-esque. I take that as a compliment. How you doing today, VMT? Okay, so this is also done now. Then what we got left to do is just draw the background. Can we maybe get... well, no, we should probably design the level as well. Let's add some walls to our level. Let's get the world in. All right, so we only have this like grass, whatchamacallit, right? We're using the wrong color scheme. Oh, Nyx 8 looks pretty good too, but I think it's Sweet Dusk that we're using. Are we using? No, that's not Sweet Dusk. Although I kind of like Sweet Dusk more. What is this? That is not Sweet Dusk either. Okay, all right, well, let's not use Sweet Dusk then. Let's find something that is... this is the one that we're using. Okay, let's use this. All right, let's go and update the world in question. Okay, so let's draw some collidable walls, right? Speedrun time plus leaderboards, please, thank you. Our speedrun time, that kind of makes sense, right? That one would make some modicum of sense, maybe. Okay, so let's draw a wall here. Okay, this will be our left wall. What's the background colors? Probably, so we could probably use this for the wall, maybe. Sure, that's intentional. The wall was unceremoniously posing as a nipple. We were all rather unamused by this. Okay, so let's go and add this to our world here. So that one is solid. Can we add another thing here? How did this work, right? Ingrid. Let's add another one. Call this solid. And let's make this wall here. And let's draw. Apparently not. Oh, is it because we have no rules for that one? So these are all solid. Can we say that's this wall here? Or does that mean that it's going to... Yeah, no, it's anything that's to the left of the... Yeah, that is not the right thing to do. How do we delete that? There we go. Okay, do we have to add another group maybe? Like that. Group or rules name, also solid. Do we have to name it? I don't know. Where did my group go? I didn't pick a value. Okay, so solid. Then we're going to put 3 and create that. Okay, but this is wrong. This is kind of goofed this rule up a little bit. Can I please have that fixed? So I thought that would delete it, right? Update rule, maybe? No. Yes. So, oh yeah, no, it is fine now. Okay, now question is that solid in the game though, right? Our beans expected a string. Oh, we are getting some values from there that can be empty. So this one says nothing there. What about this? It's called solid there. I think maybe that's the issue. It is not. You mentioned changing the character collision too, right? I don't know if I need to do that. We can look at it, but I don't know if I need to. Okay, so I think this is what I've done wrong. Yeah, so what we call solid, really, we need to get rid of both of these. So it's only the death one that should have a unique name. So that means we're going to have to go into the tile map. Now everything's going to crash because the alleged optional string value here. Okay, so let's open up the LDTK file. Let's find death. So identify here in Ingrid values. Ingrid tile identifier is an option of a string then, which kind of sucks a little. Let's do filter map. I want to do a filter map here. So right there. Okay. So it's no longer qualified as solid. So instead, we need to look at the tile scene spawn, and entities. Really, this is what we look for, right? Oh, 1 is 1, 2 is 3. Okay, perfect. No, this is LTTK by the director of Dead Cells, apparently. Okay, so the collision mask is the tile value. So we need to decide on that though, right? So 2 is death. Actually, everything should have the same collision mask and then we're good, right? Because these are the grid tiles and there are no other masks in there, right? There are no other tiles in there, so this should be fine. Although he stopped dying for some reason. Why no bit flags? We have lots of bit flags. Oh, do you mean using actual the bit flags crate, right? That's a possibility, but I don't need to. So, yeah. If you want to tell me about the crate, I can promise you I've known about it for a long enough time, right? But the crate is a dependency. And if you add more than one dependency to your Rust project, you're going to prison. It's just how it is. All right, so we are trying to create solid colliders here, but for some reason the ground is not solid. But the death plane is no longer death. That's probably because 3 is the death plane. Which isn't ideal. Okay. No. What is... Oh, right. Yes. There we go. Death is coming. Okay, so we have solid colliders for every tile, but the mask value is possibly not right. So let's see. 2 is die. Everything else should be... So, well, it is solid. So what's the issue there? Why is this not qualified as solid? That is the question. These colliders exist on every possible layer. I'm good, mate. I'm good. Scott. Put on a hill. Yeah, sorry. I'm a bit still catching up with everything. What's the tile value then? Why is it not colliding? Did I break a rule in here? So if I call this solid, will it start working again? Not even a little bit ice cold chilling. And not for any other reason that I don't find it as fun as doing it this way. Okay, so we're using solid somewhere. But where? Where is the solid string used? I have no idea. It's called Tillin. We just had like a quite a long conversation about this, but the general thought is this, from my perspective. Either you like programming or you don't like programming. If you like programming, then you program. If you just want the thing to be done or to have the thing that you thought of, then you can go vibe code it, right? It depends on what value you're looking for, right? It's not like one is more valuable than the other without any context. So if you want to vibe code a game, you can definitely do that. Okay, we're gonna change this thing, but I still don't get why the tile grid collider works when it is solid, otherwise it doesn't. Actually, I do know why. I know why. I goofed up. I know where I goofed up. Okay, let's take this out so I can see the error where it went wrong. Here, we're saying that you have to have an identifier, otherwise we don't add it. And so that's not right. So in grid values is an empty map. Then we have to use the optional identifier instead, which is perfectly fine. That just means that this map is now different. So the map layer does not have, it has this instead. You always have a value, but the string is optional. And that means that these grid values also have to have an optional string. And we should be good now. As soon as the grid ref knows it has a reference of an option string of a slice of map. No slice. Good grief. Okay, what does the ident represent here? And the grid tile has an ident, which is an option. Okay, so now this one looks a little bit hairy, don't it, right? Because we're expecting an option of a string slice, but we're actually getting a reference to an option string. All right, so we need to do ident as ref here. And then, no, is it as the ref, maybe? There we go, right? So we can convert a reference to an option string into an option of a string slice, which is kind of cool. And now the ground is solid again. There we go. And the walls are we can jump against the wall. We should probably make that not possible. And also the background and the wall nipples are somewhat the same color. So let's change this instead. Perfect. We can probably tag these as not. You jumped, my lord. Baldrick. We can probably tag these as something else though, right? So they don't have the issue that we're experiencing with them though, right? Okay, so that will be the right side. What if we don't let them interfere with the jump collider? If we just put them on a different layer, all right? You're the second one to mention that, Temporis. It has not occurred to me that that's what we're doing. I can see the similarities, but that was never the goal, right? All right, so let's add this side as well, and that means we have to create a rule for this, I think. Whoops. Okay. Oh, no. Okay, I'm being a dummy. So we are adding this, but we don't actually have to draw this. It's just, I'm just being unnecessary. We can add this on like underneath the level anyway, right? Yeah, I think I had the very same. So we just have to go to a tile layer, select it. Actually, no, we have to go to our tiles and select this thing and then just draw this here. And we're done, right? We don't have to make these crazy rules that we have there. I don't think so, Ice Cold Chillin'. But whether something is or isn't, that should not affect the choice of language that you make, right? If you think that Rust is a better choice than C++, then go for it, right? If you think that C++ would be better than Rust, then go with that, right? And which one is better is going to be entirely down to what you end up preferring, right? So no one can really answer that. Okay, let's try to put these tiles on a different layer, right? So we have the ground tile. Let's assign an identifier to the ground tile. And where are you, my int grid? There you are. Let's edit the layer int grid. Let's say ground here. And only ground can interact with the jump collider, right? So right now, if I do this, I can like jump against the ground. Okay, we don't want that. So instead, when we create our tile scene, let's say that the layer is equal to match tile.ident. If the ident is some ground, then that's our layer. Otherwise, that's our layer. But that's the same layer. Yes, I know. What should we do? We can clear one bit on here, can't we? We could, well, actually, since we're just using a byte, we can set the top bit as the layer for this, right? Now, how do I decide what the jump collider interacts with? Okay, I think I've already done it. Okay, it became not so collidey at all, which is strange because I thought that the player, right, we need to add the wall bit. Okay. He can try, but he's gonna die. I don't think I can jump off the ground now either. No. Okay, so we fixed even more issues by doing this, right? Okay, so well, that was another one done. What else are we gonna do now then? Is it just drawing the background and then we are ready to well, I guess we have to design the level, right? We can absolutely make wall jump a thing. We can have a jump counter. We can reset the count time, like the number of jumps you've had based on certain things. So if you jump off a wall, you don't reset the count. And so basically, if your jump count is larger than 0 and you're colliding with something that has the wall jump flag, then we can allow for a jump. Okay, but let's make the roof solid, but also murderous. We're gonna grab this guy and we're gonna grab a copy and flip it. Now, does that work? Death is coming. But it's because of the stupid rules, right? I don't want death to be that.
I want a different death. Can I just group these? That's entities. There's a death entity, but that's not really the one we want. I think we're going to delete the death entity. There's only a spawn and a win. All right, and then here, spawn, there can be maximum 1 per level, and win can have maximum 1 per level. So that's kind of good. We can add values there, but really, it's the int grid that we're looking at. So we have death here. Can we add a value to this that can be shared with another thing, right? We don't have to call you death, do we? So we can say that 2 and 5 are death, but that's so awkward to have these numbers in there, right? Okay, let's just delete this part and then we add this part here. That was not what I really wanted. No, I have to add a rule for this thing to actually do that. So we can just add the death tile on there. Like so. That's fine. Now all we need is ray tracing. We're a few days away from that. Okay, so what is death? Baby, don't hurt me. So if it's 2 or 5, then it's death. Okay, so obviously, death flag is 3, right? No, it says 2 here. Ah, right. Shit. Okay. So can we die here? And then can we die if we jump into the ceiling, which means I have to jump into the ceiling. And this is not as easy as one would think. Especially when I have removed the ability to get up there. Okay. Fine. Damn it. Right, so we'll have to add some ground here and here. And then maybe here. The climb continues. Can I play this without the... No, I cannot. All right, we need to add keyboard support as well. But now I can at least jump into the death plane. Yeah, you got the death plane up there as well. Okay. Whew. What do we got left then? I think it's just the level that is left. So if we do this, we grab a copy of this. Can we add this like a reference into Sprite? I forgot the name of this thing, right? All right, so we have a level. We don't have a level. Yeah, there's a level there. Why am I not seeing the level? Okay, something is weird, and I bet it's not me. There we go. There's the level. Okay,
can we shoehorn this in as a second layer here? There we go. So we know roughly what this looks like. Damn it, I added this to the wrong thing. There we go. And then let's take the opacity down. So now we can actually see this. All right, birds in the world, enjoy. Enjoy your ontology session. I don't know what you're doing. Okay, so we have to design the level before we can actually do anything with this. So how do we do that? Well, we can delete pretty much all of this, can't we? And then we'll add, so we've added some things in there. We should probably have something more exciting, but hang on, I need a wee. Very good, Caleb. All right, so we need to design a level. Obviously, it would be more fun if the level had more things going for it than this, but let's just iterate a few times of this. If we don't have a low, oh yeah, no, there's way too many things that shouldn't be there. I mean, this should not be there. That should probably be there, right? Whoops, I saw that I just added one in there. That shouldn't be there. But now the walls aren't dangerous, so we probably should make the walls dangerous now, right? I don't love that part. Okay, but getting here was easy so much that I kind of didn't pay attention that I did it. So let's maybe add some... yeah, I don't love that. But I'm not going to fix that now. This has no bearing on the game other than it looks a bit stupid. I'm not sure why that works though, because it didn't work in the past. Okay. Okay, do we need this one? No, but we can still leave it in there. Okay, let's continue to design this, to do the level design. So from here we can do. We need something that's kind of like difficult to deal with. That certainly adds something that was added but shouldn't be there. We should probably have like different other like death sprites as well, right? All right, so you can jump there, jump over this thing, and then from there you have a 4-tile jump there. But could we make it a 5-tile jump there? All right, let's get rid of the spawn here and just put it there. For now, we put it back when we're done testing. Fuck. Yeah, it's not too bad. Can you make this jump? Maybe. Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. Okay, but that's a hard jump to make. Okay. Okay, let's add a little bit more ground. Like so. And then okay, so we give them a little bit of a respite here. And then we do this. And I think what's the maximum jump? Okay, that's gonna be the maximum jump. I think that's fine. So we do 2, or can you do 3? No, you cannot have 3. So 2. So you have to basically scale the wall here. But then we don't want it to be possible to we're gonna do this to really be annoying, right? So you have to scale up here and then you have to fall and land to get onto this platform. That's not a blind fall because you can see that beforehand, right? Again, I am certainly no level designer, so actually, that worked, but this thing is stupid because you can just do this, right? All right, maybe climb 3. So we need to prevent that from happening, right? So you can climb 3. Okay, can we get there from 3? Yeah, so we need to block it off on the 3rd one. So 1, 2, 3, and then here you're not, whoops, you're not allowed to go past. I think that might be it. Shit, that certainly added an unexpected detail of Okay, can you go from here? Okay, so it's not too bad. I think it's the holding of the jump button that kind of, maybe there need to be like a cooldown on a jump. That could make it actually less pleasant. So let's not do that. So you get to go up there, you get to see the flag, but you don't get to take the flag. Okay, you just get to look at it. Okay, so that's one thing. How do we like build from here then? What do we build from here? So then 3, we can have some 3 jumps. Can't go in there because that's going to interfere with this. You think that would work though, Admiral? You think that would work? All right. That's a good point, Rebel. That's a good point. I should eat. Okay, we're gonna spawn here. I just want to finish the tasks, right? So we can have a finished game today. Probably won't get any music in. Okay, you can make that jump. Right, so mechanic-wise, this thing is a thing, that's a thing. I don't know what else to add here. Again, I'm certainly not a level designer. So I guess what we could do is we could kind of make an inverse of that, right? So you go up to here, and then from here, you have to jump onto this one. And then a secret room, eh? I think this could work as a design. Put a flower pot on it. Here it becomes difficult. So if we jump from here, and I guess what we do is we just do this, and then we actually make it the map move in this direction instead. But we can go from here. Okay. All right. It's a cop out, but it is what it is. All right. Let's see if this is actually playable. And I want spawn. And I think we spawn here. Revelio. I could do like a masking thing that kind of shows where things are. But I am very purposely not going to add items to this game. That might be the other game. I don't know. Okay, so you can't go there. As far as level designs go, this isn't the worst thing in the world, but it definitely is not going to win any prizes. Arc! Okay, is that jump not doable anymore? Because I couldn't do it on first try. Oh, that jump is brutal, and I'm going to change the jump collider. So we'll see. We'll see what happens there. Okay, there is actually almost a level of fun to this. Yeah, we have to change the jump collider. It's a little bit too sleek there. I already hate this game. Guys, freaking shit, man. It's not called a Jigglypuff, man. You definitely need to talk to HR. It was fun. Okay, we are definitely gonna add more background. Okay, let's fix the jump box though. I think the jump collider it's a little bit too big now with the 5. Let's make it 3. Okay, now the game should be impossible, but we'll see how impossible. Nah, okay. Right. Ooh. There we go. What if you had to reload your jump? How annoying would that be? And that wall collider there is sorted. Okay. I wonder if I want to do like a jump reload thing. All right. That way you can't hold the jump button. It could just be called Gah. All right, we're gonna add more death sounds. Okay, just for the Naka. Fuck. Make the roof on 4th lower. I'm gonna like maybe we should have like does anyone want to design a map? D3 would love it. I mean this is so far it's not too bad. All right, it is quite annoying, right? The ear fatigue is real, yeah. But the jump sound is kind of mild enough, and we definitely need to have an annoying background track. Okay. But there's a massive change in the gameplay just by changing the jump collider to 5. From 5 to 3. I don't think you can make this jump anymore. No. Okay, so let's fix that. So this jump is no longer possible. Okay. Yeah, let's see what the player collide. Okay, no, I'm not gonna turn that on again. Let's get rid of that. So we want more death sounds. Let's do that. Okay, so death. There's so much death in this game. Okay, so die. Let's make that into a VEC. Okay, and then here, if it's dying, then let sound equals self.die. Is it not die? No, so the sounds dot death. There we go. Is that const? Is that even a thing? Well, I guess, yeah, we still have the handle. There's no random. Is it just called rand? There we go, right? And then let's say that the index is south.ran dot. How do we get a range? Range from. And what do we pass in? We need some kind of input. Don't need to care about that. Yes, we do, because that's gonna be the seed. Let's say this is instant now as micros. No, that's not right. Breaking real bones. So get the folder recordings going. Premium, yeah, you have to get the DLC for that. What was I doing? Okay, so let seed equals instant now, and then we want to know time since Unix epoch. Do we have this already? In here, duration. So this is actually what we want. I guess we could just do a gen seed here or a time seed. Then we don't need self, and then we just return this. And then this could just be self time seed. Like so. Beautiful. All right, then. So if we don't care about the if we don't care about the reproducibility of this thing, like the procedure generation, then we do this, right? Time seed 0 to self.die the length, right? So that's the index. An in-game store for skins in the currency Steam points. I think that would be a terrible idea, actually. You know, as is it U64 or I64 maybe? Yeah, so that gives us an index as you size, and then self.die index. Okay, and then rand is just new here. Maybe we need like a sounds. It has private fields, that's why. Oh, guffins. Okay, let's just make a new one. So we have jump, which is a sound ID. We have win. We have die, which is a vec of sound ID, and then we just do jump, win, die. Rand is just some new thing here. We don't care. Jump, win, die. Okay, there's a curly bracket. There it is. Whoops, there's an F. F that. What now? Oh. Rand new should definitely be const. Is this const? No, it is not. Fiddlemastic. But seeded can be const. Yeah, it can. Seeded 0. There we go. Oof. Okay. Rebel's thinking business. It's a smart businessman. Okay, let's try it. Wait, it's all the same death sounds, right? Oh, look at that. We are missing a bunch of death sounds there. So we're looking for 4 of them. Let's open up the... Another mouse is asleep again. What the WTF mouse? I mean, it came with batteries. What do you expect, right? They're probably like really shit, but... Okay, let's discard whatever that was. And then let's open the death one. Okay, let's open the other death one. Alright, fine. Let's get the new death one. Let's do that again, right? Okay, we're off to get that. Let's download. And let's open we can open this from our downloads instead. Okay, so let's make this into... First of all, we have to normalize this volume, or we have to make this a little bit low. I think we had like 14. No, that was too much. Let's go with 10, 11 maybe. That is also too much. What on earth? Let's go with 9 then. Really? I thought we had a lot more aggressive. Okay, let's listen to that and the wind sound. Okay, that's where the wind sound is. They are the same one. I'd imagine. Yeah, okay, I'm on board with them being the same. All right, let's cut this out, make a new one, and export this. Export audio as... I think we have like a death, but now we want like death 1. Export. No. Then we take the next one. Export as death 2. That's probably death 2.mp3. There probably is like a faster way of doing this, but I don't know it. So it probably doesn't exist then after all. Kind of wish the KD sound wasn't there though. Which death was this then? Death 4. Then we're getting into the weird ones now. Death 5. These ones are a bit weird, aren't they? Death 6. That's my favorite. I don't know if it is. 7. Man, we got a lot of death sounds now. You cannot become tired of this anytime soon. Nine death sounds, right? Actually, we'll have 10. Okay, there we go, right? A trademark best sound. Well, I can't take any credit for the sounds though, right? That's done by someone else. Okay, so let's go with 0 to 10. map. Mm-hmm. Okay, now there are lots of different death sounds here. Great. 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 Okay, that's great. More death sounds. Done. Okay, and people say that making games are hard, right? This is easy. Should we do next? Okay, then it's the background, right? Let's add some. Whoops, I didn't want to do that or that. Okay, let's do this. Let's draw on this thing, right? First of all, I kind of like the stripes going down like this. I think maybe we draw like a repeating pattern here. Can we do that maybe? That shouldn't be an issue though. So if we go to assets, sound effects, look at that, there are no noises without the MP3. It's just adding them, right? But yeah, it's always good to check. Okay, let's see. That's all good. It's all good. Whoops. If we drew, what should we add? Maybe like a craggly texture. Maybe dark will be better, right? So we kind of add a bit of this, a bit of this, and a bit of this. And then how can we, what is this thing? What does this do? Ink. Okay, no. Is there a stamp? Blur, contour, gradient, paint, bulky, spray, polygon, jumble, blur. Maybe I think maybe save brush here. Nah, I wanted to like be able to stamp these out in random places of the map. For it to be kind of have this weird little texture on there. And then we just move things around a little bit. Just for this one. That kind of doesn't make sense. But that's okay. And then we want to see this. So we want to have like a gradient underneath and a gradient. We want to have like a different color underneath all this. So let's just fill this with, stop clicking that. I need to see more of these layers. And naming layers is for nerds, so we're not doing that. Mm-hmm. Okay, maybe the darker version there. And then so we could as we start here. So let's maybe we add something from here with a thicker brush then, right? I mean, this is already art, isn't it? Look at that. How are you not like having your mind blown by how artistic that is? All right, so then from here on up, we'll add a darker color instead. Why is that not possible? That's why. Also, that is the same color. Damn. Okay, so that's all we have. The last game I finished, I don't know what the last game was that I finished. Possibly. It depends. It depends on what we count as a game. No idea. No idea what the last game I finished was. Maybe this is enough, right? And then we just add. Can we not find a... Okay, so a sprite repeating pattern, right? It's going to be something, right? I didn't, though, Rensky. I didn't finish it. Tiled mode. What is this? View tile mode submenu. Okay, so let's go to view tile mode. Tile in both axes. That is definitely not what I wanted. Oh, delivery. Yes. Okay, can we just get some noise in here, right? Just I don't know. It's raining. It's something, right? Give it, and then we add one more layer here on top of everything. All right, and then can we change the spray to that? That wasn't very spray-like. How is this spray? Have you seen spray before? Okay, right. We'll go with this. This will be our map. Okay, now the question is, can I beat this? I don't love this. I don't love that he gets caught on the wall. He shouldn't have any... goodness me. Okay. Oh. I know how you feel. All right, let's go again. Shut up, man. You love it. It's beautiful. We haven't gotten to the part where I learn how to draw, though, right? When it comes to making games, I have only mastered the programming part of it, clearly. Okay, so this is like the section. I just realized that this section makes it. This section is too simple, right? There should be holes down here. I'm gonna add them in, but we're not gonna do much with it. For the reason we want to have like holes in here is so you can fall. If you fall down, you might actually miss. And there's a way to fall down and be murderized. Look how excited this guy is, right? Freaking loving it. I don't love that. And I think maybe the jump collider might need a little bit more work. I think it's probably the jump threshold as well on the jump collider is causing that. Okay, there we go. Okay, no, I don't think you can jump there. Is that even possible then? Alright, might have to check that. Might have to check that. No. 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 So we could make bigger levels. We could add checkpoints and all that. It's not a problem. But I think I would need a level designer to like join me on in this adventure if we're gonna do like more on this thing, right? I'm happy to hear it. Master the hard part, easy. The rest is easy, yeah. This part here, the floor that we just walked over, that's gonna have holes in it. And I think I'm gonna spend some time today off stream fucking around with the jump. So it's not so guffy. This part is kind of fun. But the fact that you can do these jumps is good. Oh no. All right, we need this to not be so jerky. All right, but that's a different story. You have to hold the jump button when you're making these two jumps, otherwise you're never gonna make it. Okay, so he's just leaping with his zombie-licious hands. Right, yeah, definitely wall jump there. No, 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 no. I think the jump, I'm going to look at the jump threshold immediately. Okay, that one's fine. Push button. You can't make that jump. You cannot make that jump. Okay. Where are the puzzles? They're nestled deep in your Haskell-riddled brain. Okay, let's go into collisions. And I think the threshold that I've set is way too high. Well, okay, let's see if this is... Well, that's what it looks like with no assets. Okay. Now I can't jump at all. Yeah, jumping stopped working. Why? Okay, I think jumping works now. Okay. Yeah. Okay, got that. Fine. Yeah, we need music though. We absolutely need music. Damn time, man. I'm like, I am so bad at taking care of myself. Okay, now this is, I don't know if this added anything, but yeah. Okay, we definitely need a speedrun timer in there though. Like clearly a level timer in there. I mean, in my defense, I'm really bad at games, so maybe I shouldn't be doing this. But the jump feels good though. Right? Why? All right. Just freaking tap it. No, there's no hot reloading built into this. If I'm adding hot reloading, I'm just gonna do it with a file watcher. I wouldn't add a whole like third-party system for that, right? Just Notify will do. We're not hot reloading the Rust code anyway. I mean, we could just wrap we could just wrap like mlua or whatever in this, and then we could hot reload the whole thing, right? But let's not do that. We're not building another love to the clone or whatever. The stream used to be so nice to start, where I could have sound on one monitor out loud, then a zombie noise faction attacked, and Bannerland was never the same again. Sorry, Enrico. Well, we need music. Okay, so I think I'm looking for some kind of audio stuff where I can just bang up music that has like ready-made sounds, right? Thank you, Dev. Whew. So I need something like a chiptune jaw, right? Yeah, I don't think this is gonna run on retro hard. Yeah, Celestial, this is us now. Wow. Okay, all right. Focus. Don't be so distracted. Okay. We got animations. And Rensky said, I don't believe in you, sir. You will never make it in this world with your shit animation system. And here we are, Rensky. What are you going to say for yourself? The rendering, I don't remember which rendering glitch I had, Rebel. There has been many glitches in this journey, so it's hard to pick. Why can't I make that jump now? Why can I not make that jump? There's a couple. I'll put the clip. Okay. All right. Bear with me. Tez, I forgive you, Rensky. I don't know. Did you post this in like clips and what is it called? Streamy bits, highlights and clips. Did you put in there? No. If you put it in there, I can look at it. Wow. Okay. That jump is so hard. That's the first hard jump. We should probably add like a warning arrow pointing at it, like hard jump. There's a calm. This jump is difficult, and all right, let me open this. What's the glitch? Ah, right. Okay. It's not a glitch. It's when you haven't loaded your assets, you get placeholder assets. That's on purpose, because we're loading. If we're running this on like WASM and you're loading your assets from somewhere slow or whatever, so that's on purpose. We can bake all the assets into the game, and arguably for this we should. Fuck. Oh, I fucking made that. Okay. All right, hang on. Let me focus for a second. All right. All right. Right. Ein. Okay, and then just go there. Ooh. And fall down. Oh, okay. Right. This time, like, don't jump. Oh my god, okay. Don't jump here. Tap it. There you go. Okay, jump from here. Can we make it there? No. Okay, there is no way. there is no way that we're gonna, even if I like, if I just jump straight up, I can't make it. All right, so that one is impossible to make. So we're gonna fix that, but by just adding a tile there, and then we're gonna delete the death one there. Okay, that should do the trick. All right, I'll check in a bit, mate. I'm just busy playing this amazing game. Fuck. All right. Okay. Let me commit this. Okay, git add, git commit, and I just push that. I do. So the relevant ones I do. 6. Is that it? Maybe there's the relevant stuff, right? Oh, Nelly. Okay. Okay, we made that. You know what? He should definitely like double jump with not double jump, like jump with his legs together, but that would mean directional aware jumping, and we would have to look at that, and I don't want to do that. There's already glitches here that clearly I have to fix. You know what? All the screens needs to have a black background as well. Okay, so let's go to tile scene, color, black. Let's go to the game over init, color black, and the win. It should also be color black. And then for our death scene, where's game over? There we go. Then here we're gonna put we need a better or larger font. 22. Is that it? All right. Oh. Let's just put a text element there. There we go. There we go. There we go. All right, and then we're just gonna move this. All right, we can't. All right, let's make a new layer. Let's put it over here. Perfect. And then there we are. Now it was better like that. Okay. I think that should possibly be the name of the game. I love you. I'm sorry you died. Okay, but I think we have something here now. Okay, so now the game over screen should have the right color. There are glitches though, right? There are certainly glitches in here. I might get out my old folder recording stuff and record some actual sound effects for this. Can't do that really on stream though, because there's not using this microphone. There's using a very different microphone. One that's actually good for sound effects. This is good if you want to be Mr. Radio DJ. This is awful if you want to record sound effects. Oh my god, we just flew up there, right? Whoops, easy. Easy. Okay, one tap, 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 hit tap. Oh, okay. World record. All right. Should we add a timer to this, or should we put the timer? Should we put the timer at the end so you only see the time when you win? I think we'll do that. So one thing that I haven't shared is that we actually have a game state, but there's nothing in here. So we can just have a pub function reset here, and we can have finished time duration here, and then no, yes. This will be start is an instant now. And then end is an option or duration, like so. So end is none. Reset. What are you coughing about? All right. I should look at the glitches sooner rather than later, but we just do self is equal to new. That's how lazy I am for reset. And then win. There we go, right? I don't know for this game, Rebel. I think this game is more like a proof of concept. Can I make a platformer that has any, like, can I make a platformer that doesn't feel like it was made in click and play? And the answer is yes. All right, there is actual entertainment value in this. I'm gonna add this, and maybe I can post this on togglebit.io and see what kind of end times people get, but I don't want people to invest time and energy into this game though, right? So on tile scene, on the restart, we'll need this. We need a state. So self.state. No, it's just state. It's not in restart. I put it in the wrong place. So wait, no. Should it be in restart? So every time you start the game, put it on itch.io? God no. But make the level impossibly hard. I think if we put it on itch.io, it'll be 100% free. But I should put it on itch.io because I need to learn how to do that for the game jams, right? So restart and reset both needs to have the state. So let's put the game in here as well. Game, mutable game. There is no shame in your mutable game. Right, so here we'll do game.reset and we do game.reset here. Okay, so every time you do this, we reset the game. Ah, wait, no, that doesn't work, right? Because this thing will do so when you when you win, will it? Shit. Brain, what are you doing? Oh, no, it's only if you lost. Okay, yes, we're good. So get state.1. Win. Yes. Okay, and then when we come back here, oh, we have no way of doing that. Make it the other way around, Oculus, and we might have a deal. Make it 25%. You get 100,000 of the ownership. Okay, I think, and I'm just hacking this in here, and that's clearly a mistake, right? Let's add some text to this. Where's the let's only run the win sequence now. What did I do wrong? Is that it? No. Oh my god. Dummy. There's no, is it just win? There's no state on there either. No, that's cool. We'll make the game new do something, but we should just see the win sequence now. All right. Okay, so we put the time here in the middle. So let's just open up the win. Blah, blah, blah. There we go. Right. And then for this, we need to have a square for the time like so. And then we want this to kind of blend in with the rest of the thing, right? So we're just gonna put it like this, okay? Actually, that looks like we're almost drawing a penis, so let's fix that. There we go, right? All right, and then we just slap the win time in there. Can we get a darker color than this? No, apparently not. All right, then we just draw some lovely goffins around here then, right? Like this. This is again, you're observing the reality of fine art. And then we just get rid of some of this. Make it a little bit more cool, a little bit like fancy, yeah. Yeah, you gotta love it. Like that. Oh my god. I'm not a true artist. What have I been doing with my life? Wasting it on programming. All right then. Okay, so let's draw the win here. So for that we need to have we need to have some text. So let text equals main.create text. And what do we need for that? We need assets, font ID, name, and text. So the assets are there. The font ID is the default font. Name is time, and the value is going to be something silly. Let's do a function called time to string that takes in a duration and returns a string. And then we do time to string, and do the game dot. And here we're gonna have to hack this in, right? So it's gonna be game dot what? But the ground in the game is still a flat texture. Wait, okay, I'm missing a whole conversation over there, right? That's not, that's gonna be state dot end time. There we go. So let's add the end time here, and that's a, well, I guess that could have been the string, couldn't it? All right, so let's get rid of you, and let's go and get rid of you, and there we go, right? And how do we do this thing, right? So we're gonna take end dot unwrap, because that's how this works. We shouldn't be here unless we have an end time, and then we have to say total. We probably want millis, right? Panic again. So we want to know how many seconds, right? That is going to be millis divided by 1,000, and then that's total millis, right? And then millis is total millis modulo. Wait, is that right? So we get 1,000, and then whatever is left is the milliseconds, right? So let's return something like that, right? And in our lab, we're gonna do something silly here, as opposed to everything else we've done, right? Actually, we just give this thing some kind of weird duration here, right? So some duration from millis. Okay, let's say 1 second. Let's say 10 seconds. And 213 milliseconds, right? Okay, now we just have to position that in something somewhat like less stupid location. So let's get the text.transform.position is equal to new position, and we need to move it left by some arbitrary number 40, and we need to move it down by some arbitrary number, let's say 20, and let's have a look. That's done. Okay. All right, Everex. I'll forgive you. I'll fix it. Okay. So maybe this one doesn't have to move down. Well, we'll fix. Okay. Yeah, a little bit. Right. So maybe 5. 10.213. Although arguably my number looks correct here. So I don't know. Is it really wrong, the Everex? It looks right to me. Okay, so then we'll do blah, 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 seconds. Okay, and we need to move it to the left now by some more. Whoopsie. I should have just written some, but it's too much work to write some debug stuff just for this. This is just as fine, right? All right, almost. You know what? Why didn't I actually calculate their position of this? Right, that was dumb. Yeah, you know what? This is fine. This is fine. Okay, let's try this out. First of all, let's see if you're right. So this will give us the total number of seconds, and this will give us the number of milliseconds. What happens when if someone has 1,000 seconds? If someone has 1,000 seconds, they have fucked up in life, all right? But you are saying that we should do total milliseconds minus seconds times 1,000, right? That's what you're saying, yeah? Your code is fine. To hell with that. Sorry. Okay, wait. Should we divide this by 10,000 then? Is that what we do? 100% fine. Okay, fuck. So you're saying this would be 100% here? Okay. So whoever was here when I was talking about how you lose confidence as a streamer, now you start to see what I'm talking about, okay? All right. Anyway. So we have the end time. We are now going to remove this thing and let this thing crash, or we set it to none. And let's go back to our library, and then let's do this. Okay, now we have settings, but settings does nothing. All right. Why is there no sound here? Okay, there we go, all right. Yes. Let me just say yes to someone here. Say yes to the dress. Yes. Okay, all right. Hello, Kate. Slap this sucker on HSR selling game dev course for 400. Fuck that, man. Oh my god. All right. Okay, wait. Please. Okay, hang on. Hang on. Oh, I saw an error there. Blip. Well, we are not supposed to load blip, are we? Oh, no, I deleted the blip. Oh my god. Okay, right. Hang on. I need a new blip. Blip. We actually use blips. I want something very short. Okay. Okay, we'll take this one. This will be a new bleep sound. And let me just reattach my window because I goofed up. And then let's open up a sprite. Move, downloads, ES, whatever. Sure. To Project Rust, some kind of game as a sound effects. Not a sprite. What's that thing called again? Audacity, right? Okay, Audacity. And let's just open this up. There we go. All right, let's find one. Good enough, right? All right, I think we'll take this one as our blip. Check this. That one is rounder and nicer. We'll pick that one maybe. Okay. Okay. I want that one too. So let's do a new one here. Export audio as select. And no. And then delete everything up to here. Export audio as blip.mp. No. Okay. And then let's go to load blip as blip and select as select. Okay, there we go, right? Okay. So main menu, loading these things, and then we play the blip sound. Sounds blip, and then if we do a select, wow, we load the map here. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, let's see if this works. Nice. All right. I have not checked if anyone's even. Nah, the only one who's chatting with me on YouTube is just one time. Thank you. All right, let's see. We need to. Oh, there we go. All right, we need to. I love you. I'm sorry you died. The joy. The joy. Okay, let's. Got caught in the wall. All right. Once I finish this level, then we'll look at maybe a WASM build, right? I also want to animate like the heart disappearing up here in the corner. I don't want them to just cease to be. I want them to like maybe explode or something. That would be cool. I think we all had that idea, right? The streaming code is cheaper than streaming video. So you stream your camera and then you stream the code as text. So you can use whatever text view you want. But I think that would just be very specific for software and game dev, or what was back then science and technology. And then assuming that I didn't misread anything, I'm still going to keep talking even if I did, right? So I think that the thing with that is that there's a very niche market for it, and what are people supposed to do with the code anyway, right? Now this is on GitHub or Codeberg rather, what is it, both actually? So you can just grab this code and fuck around with it if you want. I'm definitely gonna push this code. So okay. So what are we actually missing here, right? Anyway, forget about that now. What are we missing? We're missing keyboard input for controlling the character. This like stripe going down here is too bright. So let me go and fix that as well. So this stripe here, right? It needs to not be this bright. So we're just gonna, fix it a little like this. There we go. Because otherwise, like the character sort of disappears into that, whatever that is, right? My artistic freedom. Ooh, that head bump there, right? All this just so I can actually see if the time is there. I should have just moved the flag while testing. Okay, this stage is, this is fucking stupid mouth. What? What a save. What a save that was. Oh my god. Okay. All right. We need to fix that wall as well a little bit. Like the background could, do with some work, but it's better than just a boring, nothing background. Okay. Fuck. I need to fix jumping. It's not done, but it's good enough for me in this case. Okay, oh my god, it's the second time. Second time I've been saved by that coffin. All right, I'm sure I'm missing all the wonderful things in chat now, but I just have to get past this. Time. Jump button. Cannot hold the jump button there. Okay. All right then. Yeah, so in terms of the music for this beautiful game, I'm wondering if there's something, I think someone has linked to on Discord, I just can't find it. There was like a website where you could make music, kind of like a DAW, but it had like mostly retro sounds. And I think something like that maybe. But I might just have to go and install my old copy of Bitwig and get it all set up and record some actual music. It's not like I'm not that married to the idea of this game being my final legacy here, but I do think that maybe it's I should kind of quote unquote finish what I started, and that would mean adding, like, this game clearly needs music, right? And I also want to make the level a little bit longer, I think. And now that I'm looking at it, I kind of think I want to make the fuck. Do I go right? Do I go right? Yes, I go right. Oh my god, you go right. I want to make the game have, like, because right now we're like in the dirt. I want to make it so that you go up and you end up like on the ground. So you have like grass and trees maybe, and then you end up in the clouds and stuff, right? There we go. 65.168 seconds. I don't know. I mean, I have an epidemic sound license, right? I have that. Okay, let me build this as a WASM blob now. Okay, let's fix some of these things. You know, I'm not gonna fix that. What was the other thing I saw? All right, here's our WASM blob. Let's see if this thing still works. We should remove settings from the menu because settings don't do anything. Oh wow, there was the definite lag there. And that is fine. There's not really, I don't think there's a different feel to the game if you're playing the WASM version or not. I think the game is the same either way. I will probably upload this to itch off stream as well. But I don't know, like, can you just keep updating and iterating on things? And then just replace the blobs? Oh man, I gotta get a little bit fast. There's no point in so one thing before I like even suggest that anyone else actually plays this, I need to fix the jump glitches here, right? Some of these things should stay in, but some of the like that should not be in there. And I think part of that is just messing with the jump. Okay, that jump. Do not hold the button. Okay, better than 65? 53.5. Okay, here's another issue, right? I'm trying to leave the game, but I can't. That might be a WASM issue though. Oh, look at that. Our high score is kind of dying a little bit, right? I don't know why that happened, so we should probably fix that too. But all right, that has been almost 8 hours of beautiful streaming. This has been so incredibly fun and productive, and I loved every bit of it, right? Including the rambly conversations we had. So for those of you who asked about the VOD, there is a YouTube version, not a YouTube version, there's a thing on YouTube now. I think maybe this will do it, right? No, that's it. Is this a thing? There you go, right? That thing over there. I would love to continue for another 8, but I got to make a phone call. I got to take my kid to generic sports practice. I got to eat some food. And I have to finish my products. I got this, like, I'm building this bowl, and I have to go and get a bunch of cement and shit going. But I am so amped up right now on brain dolphins, like you wouldn't believe it. Right, happiness and contentment, right? So okay, we'll figure out what the glitch happens in WASM, but yeah, I'll look at the jump glitch later, right? You guys have been great. Thank you so much for hanging out. I will pass you over to someone else